marathon here, the ending of what is going to be a fantastic run Barbados weekend. The 40th staging, it is right here, and I have Chelsea alongside of me. Chelsea, what an occasion it must be just to be here for the 40th staging of Run Barbados.
It was a great morning so far. I feel like I'm running a marathon. I've got my nerves, and I saw all of the runners warming up. They look so excited to get out there. It was a brilliant start, and I'm looking forward to seeing them along the route this morning.
Certainly, I'm also looking forward to seeing the sunrise as well, as the sun rises on the east here. Last year was honestly beautiful scenes, just being able to see the runners run and see the sun come up in the backdrop of them, and at some stage probably towards, let's say, closer to maybe another 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so, we're going to start to see the sun start to pop up and really give us the real beautiful images of this lovely East Coast. This year there are more runners on hand for the marathon and half marathon, and that's good. As you can see, the development of the event over the years. Chelsea, I know for sure that running is not for you, but the surfing side of things, this area, tell us about it, given that you spent so much time on the East Coast.
Well, you already said it. I don't think there's any place better on this earth to watch the sunrise than here on the East Coast Road. When we were driving through here, just seeing the sea breeze, seeing the ocean, in the background, it's really going to be beautiful. And when this sky lights up in like you say, a few minutes, the orange, the yellows, it's going to be phenomenal. And I think that's going to be beautiful for these marathon runners. Not only are they going to see a beautiful sunrise, they're going to pass some iconic landmarks, the Sleeping Giant, our Sugar Mill sand dunes. It's got to be one of the most beautiful routes for a marathon. So I'm really happy that we have a lot of visitors, a lot of new faces this year during the marathon. They're going to enjoy themselves and try and push it.
Yeah, certainly the second year that we're on the East Coast of Barbados. In terms of where they'll be running today for the marathon and half marathon, we're starting right here at Barclays Park in St. Andrew, and then we head north towards Belle Plaine, and we make a turn by what we call the White Junction in Belle Plaine. We come towards the bottom of Chalky Mountain. That will be the first turn that we see our runners make today. They carry on towards the bottom of Farley Hill, and that will be the second turnaround spot for our runners today. They make a left at Shorey Village and turn around roughly about 100 meters or so before the Morgan Lewis windmill, and that will be the third turn that these runners will have. From there, they make a left towards the junction in Shorey Village, a left at the Belle Plaine Junction, and head back towards us here at Barclays Park, and that will actually complete the half marathon. For our marathon runners, they're going to make another loop, and that will be the completion of the marathon here. Oh, look at them there. Oh, they're going. What an early morning it must be. I wonder what a routine must be for a marathon runner at a 5:30 start like this. Your body must be up and awake probably by about 4 or so. I saw a couple of them driving down, taking some coffee, listening to some soca as well coming through. What do you think a routine might be for a marathon runner, Chelsea?
Well, I had a couple of friends that are actually running this morning, and I asked them that question. A few of them were up at 2:15 this morning. They're ready. Their mind was racing. They were getting excited, getting ready to go. I think they're probably having their oats and peanut butter for breakfast. And I see a few of them have some family members that are actually going to cycle around them during the race so that they can get their gels, they can get their fruit. And some of my friends, they've been training since January, and they realize that the most important is to stay hydrated along the way. Even though if you don't think you're thirsty, just to keep hydrated so you have that energy and you have, you're feeling good going through these few hours that it will be. So I know that they had their pasta, their potatoes last night. That's what Alex told us, that who was the defending champion from last year that ran the 10K yesterday. So I know that they're well prepared and they're very excited.
Yeah, certainly. You mentioned Alex Akesa. He's also running here today. He finished, I believe, in 2 hours, 34 minutes last year here on the East Coast. Actually, I think he also won it in 2019 as well. So the possibility of being the Triple Crown winner here in terms of this year, the 2023 staging of Run Barbados. But something that you mentioned that is so important, I think, as well, on the marathon, half marathon, actually running our sports in general, that support system, having somebody along the way to just encourage you. And funny enough, I was pleased to see it here on the East Coast as well. As the sun came up, we saw a couple persons out on their balconies in terms of their houses, and I love that. Where we are, we pass through just a couple communities, and persons would come out to be able to just cheer them on and clap them on as well. And I believe this year we might probably also get a chance to see that as we go along this route. So at the moment, they're heading towards what is that first loop that we mentioned, that first turnaround spot that we're going to have in this year's marathon and half marathon. So currently in the parish of St. Andrew still at the moment. Last year, we also ventured towards St. Joseph and towards the areas of Bathsheba. This year, a different direction, and it's also a freshly paved surface for them as well, which I believe the runners will definitely appreciate, Chelsea.
Of course, I spoke to the winner of the 5K, Luke McIntyre, yesterday, and he got second last year. He said his improvement, he loved the new route. He thought he felt more confident, and I think the marathon runners today are really going to appreciate the new turf that they have today for sure. And like you said, it's so important to have that community to sport. Have people at the different stations, the water stations, or just coming out of their houses. I know when I'm competing overseas, it's very different than when I get to compete at home. When I have my family and friends around, it takes the nerves away. And if you're too much in your head, you know, thinking about maybe the pain, thinking about you're getting tired, and you see their faces, you see them cheering on, it gives you that extra boost that they would need in that point. So it's really important, and I was really happy to see all the family and friends that came out in their numbers this morning, woke up early, and we'll get to enjoy this East Coast sunrise.
Yes, indeed. So for our viewers watching, you're seeing two color bibs on your screen. The purple bibs are the runners running the marathon, and the orange bibs are those running the half marathon. Already we can already see a leading pack, and of course Alex Akesa is one of the members of that leading pack. Certainly he is looking to take a third one here. The question though is, what time will he come in this year? 2 hours 34 minutes it was last year. He mentioned just at the start that 2 hours 15 was his best time in terms of a marathon run. And my goodness gracious me, the type of pace that it takes to run a 2 hours 15 marathon must be absolutely special. He's joined there up front as well by a couple competitors from Trinidad and Tobago, which you had a chance to see them run as well, Chelsea. Just tell us a bit about them.
Well, when you talk about pace, I was on Friday night at the Fun Mile where Nicholas got first and Alex, I think, came in third place. And they started the Fun Mile, and within a few seconds they were trying to clear the road already because they knew that they were going to come in only a few minutes. I think Nicholas's time was 4 minutes 38 seconds at that Fun Mile, and when they passed me at the finish line, they were moving. It's an incredible pace that they can keep through these many kilometers, and it's awesome. With Alex and Nicholas is a young guy from Trinidad and Tobago, and he has a bright future ahead. He's really strong, and I heard the banter yesterday between the three of them, and they said that the young guy was going to be keeping the pace for them, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what their times are when they pass the finish line today, because it really is phenomenal what they can achieve.
Yes, certainly indeed. And beyond that, the fact that we just have so many competitors from all around the world. At some stage, I'll be getting the numbers for us, just in terms of how many countries we have participating this year. But it's fantastic that before we heard Matt Fingal talking to a couple of the competitors. We heard London, we heard Jersey, and we just heard so many cities that you know and don't know. And it's just so special that Run Barbados is able to bring all of these countries together to this small little island. And it's just amazing to tell yourself that, hey, what could it be in 5 years' time, you know, in the amount of countries that we could possibly have on hand for us. A couple competitors, once again, there on screen, getting their pace. Probably a couple also looking to maybe take on a fluid or two at this stage. 10 minutes in to the run, looking quite easy there. He's wearing a purple bib, number 10. He's in the marathon. Trust me, he's got a long way to go, Chelsea.
A long, long way to go, but he's looking strong so far, and let's hope he can keep that up through the race. It really is a beautiful road, and I think they're all looking forward to the sunrise at the moment, just waiting for the bit of light. They've already passed the Sleeping Giant. They're probably going up towards Long Pond and Sand Dunes now, and before they make that left turn at the Belle Plaine Junction. So we'll keep with them and see. We have the supporter on the bicycle next door If they need the bananas, if they need the tangerines, if they need the gels, they're there to support them. So it's wonderful to see.
Yes, indeed. We also have Gerard now joining us on the deck. And there we see a competitor just asking just for a bit of encouragement. Gerard, good morning. You had a chance to be down amongst the runners as they were setting off. What was that feeling like for you being down there as they set it off for the marathon and half marathon?
Yeah, it was actually a really good experience, almost having to take hold of CC so I don't get trampled. But yeah, it's pretty good. It sees that they are all excited, and we're just as excited to make sure to see who comes in front, of course, who finishes with the fastest time, of course, First Lady, because all of these athletes are here. They're out to have fun. They look like they're prepared and they're warming up and they're excited just as much as we are.
Yeah, certainly fun and competitive, and I'm gazing to our left and realizing that, I'm beginning to see the glow of the sun across there on the East Coast, so I definitely know that our runners will be appreciating just a bit more light on this route as well. A lot of them obviously be hoping that it doesn't get too hot too quickly as well, because that will be a factor for them just in terms of the ability to handle the heat as well. Thankfully, though, we've gone into the cooler period of the year here in Barbados. At one stage, it was relatively scorching, I must say. I don't know if you guys experienced the heat that I was experiencing, certainly. Was it hot for you guys as well?
Oh, absolutely. I was traveling for most of summer, but I came home in October, and there was a couple of weeks there that we were saying, wow, we had the hottest day on record, I think, in the middle of October. But this is my favorite time of year, and it's because it gets cooler. We get that lovely trade winds, the breeze off the ocean. It's going to be a beautiful morning, and I think on the forecast it might be overcast, maybe some light showers, which may not be the best for us, but I know the runners will welcome the rain, welcome the coolness of the overcast, and it's actually going to be a brilliant morning for them, I think, temperature-wise.
Yeah, certainly.
And another thing, too, is that these runners still, even though the conditions are this way, they still have to remember to hydrate, stay hydrated, because it will get hotter at some point. You can see the sun is about to come up very, very shortly. And look at the wonderful waves there about to hit the shore. But yes, these athletes, they will just have to stay hydrated and remember that this is indeed a marathon. So they still have to ensure that they are ready to stay the full course.
Yeah, as they say, the race is not for the swift, but those who can endure. And this is all about endurance here. The 40th staging of Run Barbados, the second year that we're on the East Coast. As we mentioned, we started at beautiful Barclays, and we'll end here as well. But look at them in stride. Once again, those purple bibs are for those running the marathon. So on the left of screen, she'll be running the marathon, and just to the right of her, that orange bib tells you that he is in the half marathon. It's also going to be very interesting to see the pairs that we have along the route as well. It's so interesting to see the fact that people make friends so easily as they go along as well. I think that's something that we're going to see develop as well, as we're now just roughly about 14 minutes into this race. 5:44 a.m. right here in Barbados. But what gorgeous scenes it is to see here that these runners are still going quite easy paced. It'll be interesting to see where our front runners are at the moment, whether or not any of them have taken on any fluids as yet. I remember looking back to Alex Akesa last year, and it wasn't probably about 45 minutes, an hour plus into the race that he took on his first set of fluids, and that was interesting to see.
Wow.
The tactics and techniques that will come into play as well across these races.
Well, luckily today the competitors have water stations 1.5 k's apart, so whenever they do need it, it's never too far away, which is great for them, and I know it's so important to keep hydrated. And as you said before, running in groups I think is also important, to have that support, to be able to keep pace with friends. And when you're thinking, all right, this is getting tough, you've got someone right next to you to say, let's go, let's do it, and vice versa. I think it's so important, and I see a lot of fun groups this morning. I was able to see there's a couple that have some very fancy jerseys on. They had just been married and decided to come to Barbados to do this marathon, and it's incredible. We're getting people from all walks of life, from all countries, Europe, Kenya, the US. This is the 40th edition of the marathon weekend, and I can't imagine where it's going to go in the next 40 years. Every year it's getting bigger, and it's wonderful. I mean, me being a part of this year, it makes me want to take part next year. It makes me want to put on those running shoes, start training from January, and maybe you might see me in one of these bibs next year, Joel.
You said next year, but when you said no staging in 40 years, I was gauging, somewhere in between there, that could be me. So probably in 40, you might see me on the back of the car, though with the microphone in hand as well again, because, honestly, it takes a lot to be involved in something like this. As you mentioned, some have been preparing from as early as January, in terms of seasoned marathon runners. It's actually just like one stop on their journey towards, hey, in another 2 weeks, they'll be somewhere else running a marathon as well. So just amazing, the preparation, the work, everything that goes in just to be a marathon runner. I know Gerard mentioned the fact that a marathon certainly is anywhere near his repertoire, maybe a 5K. I'm not sure why he did not do the fun mile, That certainly is in that type of range. So next year, hopefully we'll see that for you. 5 o'clock tells us that, hey, that bus is on the way to dropping somebody to work as well. So somebody's on their way towards Bridgetown this morning to find themselves at work. So that bus might be accompanying just a couple of our runners as well as they make their way through the parish of St. Andrew this morning.
Yes, it looks like they're coming up to their first turnaround point. They're doing really well and still looking strong. But definitely, I think the preparation probably did start in January for a lot of them. I spoke to some friends who started in January, and I think having a whole year of preparation helps because you need to know what works for you. Like you said, Alex said he only had his first water at 45 minutes. Whereas I know some others are going to take the water every 1.5 Ks, even if it's a couple of sips. A couple of my friends doing the marathon, they actually discovered that they don't do the best on the gels. They prefer fruit. So they've got the bananas, they've got the tangerines with them. But it's what works for you. I know some others just have a pack of gels on them, so they have that carbohydrate hit when they need it. And you just have to know, what works for you. But it's really brilliant to see everybody's different strategies and to see how well they're doing this morning.
Yeah, they're currently in Belle Plaine area district here in Barbados, making their way once again. I remember the fact that a couple persons were able to come out onto their balcony, going towards maybe that 6:30, 7 o'clock type of time, when you've already had your coffee, maybe had a bit of a tea, and I don't know, let's say a bit of fruit and an egg for breakfast, And it's like, okay, I'm finally awake. Let me go cheer on somebody. So, hey, when they make their way back down on the loop, sorry about that, we certainly expect to see a couple of them outside as well. It'll also be interesting to see the couple signs that they pass as well, because I enjoy reading the signs along the route as well to give me those markers of where we might be. Oh, those glorious scenes of Barbados. The greenery that we have out here in the parish of St. Andrew. They say it's the unspoiled parish of Barbados.
It's certainly my favorite.
And yeah, this is a wonderful scene here. Barbados is such a beautiful place. And especially the parish of St. Andrew. I mean, look at the lush green field, picturesque. Of course, that is the perfect use of the word in this sense. Scenic too. So it's going to be not only a run of skill, but a run of scenery, greenery, of course, if you think about it. Well, remember that the old route was back through Carlisle Bay, up until to Bridgetown, through Sandy Lane, and then up until Spikestown, and then back down. But then they made a change a couple of years ago to this side, and I think that's a really good strategy from BTMI to get a little bit more of the tourism side of Barbados.
Yeah, certainly.
Absolutely. I mean, I spend most of my time on this East Coast, right down the road at Soup Bowl, and I tell everyone wherever I go how beautiful this coast is. It's rugged, it's not as busy. Bridgetown is wonderful as well. Carlisle Bay is incredible. And a lot of the visitors that come to Barbados, they're hitting those spots for sure.
Yes.
But maybe they don't know as much about the East Coast. So I think it's so wonderful that the marathon weekend is now here on the East Coast Road. We have a new road. We've got the beautiful sunrise as a backdrop, and there could be no better place for this marathon weekend. It's really wonderful, and when the visitors come to do the marathon weekend, there's still so much more that they can explore. Hopefully, they're taking some surf lessons.
Yeah, yeah, and there's so many places here to go in on this side of the country that are hidden gems. Santosha Hotel, that they'll pass Joe's River as well. And of course, Barclays Park, which was famous for hosting our Soca Monarch competition a few years ago. But yeah, I really like the choice of St. Andrew, the East Coast, St. Joseph. I really like this choice of having it down this side.
Yeah, so for those watching, you're hearing us talk about the East Coast. And if you're thinking about coming to this lovely island known as Barbados, certainly this is a spot that you can find yourself. If you're looking for that real relaxing vibe, you know, away from the hustle and bustle of Bridgetown. Not to say that, you know, you can't venture towards Bridgetown as well, towards the South Coast and take in those activities. But certainly, if you're just looking to wake up and enjoy the freshest air that there is on the island, if you're telling yourself you just want to take a morning stroll and feel that cold breeze, you might want to maybe walk with maybe a what do you call those things that keep you warm? A sweater. There we go. I lost my words for a second. But yeah, you might want to walk with a sweater if you get chilly very quickly, given that those sea breezes hit you as well. But certainly, if this is what, you know, sounds like your ideal spot, then certainly the East Coast is for you. Rent a car as well and, you know, venture out occasionally. But yeah, definitely a place to relax and take a couple of days. Like, I actually know that there's also an interesting bus as well that host visitors as well. So a couple Airbnbs also on this side as well. I might take a chance to go visit that bus and, you know, just get away from what is, you know, the general activity of life. You know, maybe roast a couple things on the beach as well. Breadfruit is good to roast as well. I'm not sure if it's breadfruit season at the moment, but if it is, trust me, a good roast breadfruit on the beach is certainly the place to be and a thing to have. But those runners, once again, making their way through the parish of St. Andrew. This looks to be the bigger part of the pack, but look at those views. Oh, to be out there at the moment. I'm in the chair, but I wouldn't mind being in the water at the moment. I'm not the best in terms of the surf skills, so I'd have to take Chelsea for a couple lessons with me. But yeah, that sunrise, it is absolutely glorious.
It is incredible, and the ocean is so warm year-round. Another beauty about Barbados. And even though that the East Coast, because it's the Atlantic side, the seas are a bit rougher, which is my speed, we also have some rock pools on the inside here at Catawash and at Bashaba. So if you don't want to venture out into the rougher seas, you at least have those calm rock pools right on the inside that are perfect for swimming with your family. We have some seashells that you can collect along the beach. There's most amazing beach walks early in the morning. I really love hiking along the East Coast here on the beaches and up to Chalk Mount to see the sleeping giant. It's really beautiful and full of activities. You can picnic here at Barclays Park. Like you said, you can visit our hot springs, which are not too far away. A lot of restaurants like Sand Dunes, Sea View, Zacchio's along this way. So it's definitely to put on your to-do list when you do visit Barbados.
You know, that's your home, Chelsea. We know that's down this side, you reside here.
Yes, I cannot say enough good things about the East Coast. I really love it. Since I was little, I would come here every weekend, enjoy the beach, enjoy the waves, and it really is special. And like you say, just to get away from the hustle and bustle of Bridgetown, have a bit of quiet. But there is so much going on in Barbados, and I'm so glad that the marathon weekend is a part of it. We actually have a surf event here every year in March, right there at the Soup Bowl. And we have surfers from all around the U.S. coming for it as well. I know we have the bar event that happens every November, which is a more of an obstacle race, an adventure race. So our calendar in Barbados is packed. Whether you want to come and sunbathe and go in the ocean, learn to surf, or if you want to take part and you want to push your limits in a marathon, a surf contest, or a bar race.
Yeah, well, we can see some of our first half marathon athletes are on their way back. And yeah, the outrider looks comfortable, but they look like they're moving as fast as the outriders.
Well, it's time to head across to Cece. She's got somebody that she wants to chat to.
Okay, yes, indeed, chat with, and I know you're very busy, so he had some free time, so I decided to grab him right now. We have Zari Evelyn, race director of the Run Barbados Marathon Weekend. So how are you feeling? I mean, this is the final day. We have the marathon and the half marathon and the fun walk coming up. So how are you feeling after all this hard work? How long do you prep for this weekend?
We prepped for this weekend for a long time, and so far it's been fantastic. We've had some great response to the 1 mile when I came back on Friday night. And yesterday with the 5K and 10K was fabulous, fantastic. And we had an on-time start this morning with the half marathon and the marathon, so it's been fantastic so far.
Okay, so I asked you earlier, but our numbers are up over last year. So what are our numbers this year like? And also, where have people flown in from? Because I know we have a lot of international runners who make Barbados their destination for this event.
Yeah, we have runners here from 20 odd countries. Our festival here is unique because we are over 3 days. Most destination runs is just a one-day run. So people love coming here because they can make it a holiday and have 3 days to compete. So yes, our numbers are about 50% more than last year, and it's a lot of that is driven by international visitors. We're not quite back to pre-COVID numbers as yet, but we will get there next year. We have a good platform this year to build from.
Okay, so speaking of next year, what are the plans for next year? I know you have a great product already. We have the fun. I love the Fun Mile. Did not get a chance to do it this year, but I remember when Charlie, my son, was in the stroller in the Gap. We did that, so it's so great to see that it's grown and it's a lot more fun, and we're getting a lot of families. So, what's your plan for 2024? Without giving too much away.
Well, we're going to start in January by attending a large running show in England. And we're gonna, really expand on the marketing next year internationally in all the key markets and some new markets. So with that exposure and with the fact that we have a very unique festival, we expect to then, increase our numbers and try to get us back to where we were in 2019 before COVID. So it's just to continue the progress that we've made over the last couple of years. We have a fantastic product, as you said. We're in a great location, very unique. So yeah, we expect it to grow and grow every year.
Grow and grow every year, and of course we'll be back here hopefully again next year. So thank you so much, Zara. I know it's been busy, and look out for more coming up because it is I like how you say festival. So it's a festival weekend. It's all about running, health, fitness, family, and fun, and it's a whole festival right here, the east coast of Barbados. So thank you so much, Zara.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Cece. Well, here on our screen we're seeing what is our leading pack, and of course we expected to see Alex Akeza out there. He's looking for win number 3 here in the Run Barbados series. I can also recognize out there a couple runners from Trinidad and Tobago. But certainly they have made their first loop back towards us here at Barclays Park, passing through the communities of St. Andrew and setting what is at the moment an extremely healthy pace. We mentioned the fact that it's a much smoother route, and you just wonder if that might contribute to a faster time for Alex Akeza, who got in 2 hours 34 minutes last year. Best run of 2 hours 15 for him. So we're going to keep our eyes on the clock. Just 28 minutes, approaching the first half hour for these runners. So we're going to kind of get a gauge of when Alex Akeza comes back in past towards us here to make that second loop to go back out towards completing the marathon. That will give us a general idea of the type of time we can maybe expect from him. And Nicholas Romani from Trinidad and Tobago also alongside him as well. He was the winner of the Fun Mile. These two have been competing all weekend. A couple of runners have actually been competing in what we call the Run Barbados Challenge as well, whereby they've taken on 3 events, 3 different types of events to become the challenge winner in that as well. And these gentlemen are certainly on track to be winners in their challenges. 41 years old is Alex Akeza, running from Kenya, and he has been a star on the international marathon circuit. As we see a couple of runners once again just passing each other. So once again they're going to make a loop and run themselves back towards our starting position here at Barclays Park. For those wearing the orange bibs, they'll be running the half marathon, and those in the purple bibs the marathon. Now I see a couple horses there, Chelsea, and should I have been participating, that would have been my mode of transportation in the Run Barbados Marathon.
Absolutely. And as we see on screen, Shane, who is doing the half marathon, he's actually a surfer, a visitor to the island on the welcome stamp. And I'm happy to see some surfers representing.
Happy to so that means that you should have been out there, Chelsea. Oh my, represent for the surfers, Chelsea.
Maybe next year I'll have to start training. But he's doing a great job representing for us.
Oh, absolutely. Any person that steps out there, puts shoes and socks on, is doing an absolutely fantastic job.
Fantastic job. We are very proud of them and inspired by them. They really are incredible to wake up early and run like how they are doing. It's really incredible to see.
Yeah, I think we should mention these two front runners here. One of them looks like Nicholas Romani, who would have won the fun mile, of course. He ran that in a blistering pace, 4 minutes, 38 seconds. It's like when we were there, Joel and Chelsea, is as soon as the race started, although it was a fun mile, they were back around in no time.
No time at all. And we could feel the wind as they passed us. I almost got blown down. They were going so fast. And I think next to him is Alex as well, who would have they were first and second yesterday in the 10K and also first and second in the fun mile. So it's incredible to see that their pace, they're going strong, 31 minutes in, and they probably haven't even broken a sweat yet.
They're both representing Trinidad and Tobago. Alex is definitely from Kenya, born and raised, but they're both representing and flying the flag of Trinidad and Tobago. We have so many countries here are participating at this event this weekend. Yesterday we saw Cayman Islands within the 5K for ladies. I saw a few Scottish athletes, someone from as far as Colombia that is here to represent their country. And yeah, it just speaks to how the reputation that this event has, that so many people from different countries, different islands, Latin America, South America, would come to Barbados to represent their countries in this event, even if it's just a warm-up for what they have coming up in the season to follow. But yeah, this event is not a World Athletics sanctioned event. This is a fun mile, a full marathon. But nevertheless, it is taken seriously, which is good.
Of course. And I was listening to the interview with the lady from the Cayman Islands who won the 5K. And when she was asked why she liked this event and picked this event, she said it was something about the energy, the camaraderie, the community aspect of this event. She loved the vibe. She loved the energy. And she wasn't even sure if she was going to come and do this event because she just finished a marathon already in the Caribbean. But she said she had to come here. She loved this event, and it was really an inspiring one to do. And I was speaking to Alex as well and asked him why he chose Barbados as well. And he said it holds a very special place in his heart. He loves how genuine and welcoming the people are. He loves the East Coast, just like me. And he said he hopes to do it until he's 100 years old.
Yeah, well, the two gentlemen there on your screen, Romani in the orange bib there, he's actually running the half marathon, while Alex, the defending marathon champion, the two leaders right now, the half and full marathon. So yeah, they're here and they're dominating as usual. And if we can just come back to this cruise that you were talking about, the fact that she was here for the first time as our reward for winning a previous marathon, which is good, 5K event, which means, yeah, again, Run Barbados has developed such a good reputation that it can be given out as a prize, seen as a prize to compete at this event.
Yeah, certainly. Well, making their way towards us right here at Barclays Park. I'm not sure if my geography map might be correct in terms of my mind at the moment. I think they're passing through Shorey Village, coming back towards us. They'll be coming back towards the bottom of Chalky Mount, then towards Belle Plaine, back to us here at Barclays. But yeah, nice to see the activity as well as those pictures. Now the sun pretty much up here on the east coast of Barbados as they run back towards us. But I can't help but once again talk just about the unspoiled nature of this side of the island, how lush it is as well, and the type of picture that it must be for these runners as well, because you think about all the different marathons that you have around the world and these sites that you get, and a lot of them run through a lot of these cities of the world, so certainly not giving you the type of pictures that we're currently seeing here on our screen at all, Chelsea.
I think it's wonderful. We've obviously had an incredible rainy season. You can see how green our trees and the nature is. And I'm sure that the beautiful air that they're breathing in is helping them go on their way, because in the cities, the air is a bit more polluted, but this natural air is going to be incredible for them today.
Well, Chelsea and CC, they had a chance to take a look at the course. I'm jealous of them. But yeah, let's take a quick look at the visuals that they were able to capture on their tour.
Hi everyone, and welcome to beautiful Barbados. My name is Caroline CC Reed, and we're here at Barclays Park, and we're getting you ready for the 40th edition of Run Barbados Marathon Weekend. With me, I have Chelsea Tuak, and this is your home, basically, the East Coast, right?
Yep, this is my favorite part of the island. I surf just up the road at Supal, and it's such a beautiful, beautiful area in Barbados. I love to bring people over here and show them how beautiful the East Coast Road and this area is.
So we're going to be showing you a little bit about what's going to happen, because this is the start and finish line for one of the marathons happening, all part of the 40th edition of the Run Barbados Marathon Weekend. So we're giving you a preview of what's going to happen, because it's going to be exciting. And next thing you know, we're going to be back here again, full of runners from all over the world landing right here. So you have to stay tuned as we give you more from the route of the Marathon Weekend.
So CC, behind us we have the Sleeping Giant.
Of course, this sleeping giant is this big rock formation behind us. And for those who don't know, it's actually a sleeping giant. When you look at the rock formation from either side, it looks like just like a big giant sleeping. And in fact, a lot of people come here and stop and take photos.
Yep, I think this will be a good place to watch the race, because this will be the first water station, so the runners will stop, get their water, and keep on going.
And keep on going, because there's still more stops to go, right? It's the Marathon Weekend right here in Barbados. Here we are, Sand Dunes. This is another popular spot on the east coast of Barbados. In fact, I come here, great Bajan food. You've got your cold beverages, and on marathon day, marathon and half marathon, the runners are going to be running by here. And in fact, you're going to find a lot of friends and supporters, family members cheering on the runners as they go on by. So if you're ever in Barbados, make sure you check out Sand Dunes, get something to eat, get a cold drink, and make sure you enjoy the scenery of our beautiful island.
So the half marathon and the marathon are taking part on one half of the East Coast Road. The other half is going to be the 5K walk, and the turnaround point for that is going to be right here at Joe's River, which is behind me, and it is built on the foundation of the Barbados Railway that connected Bridgetown and Belplain, and it's one of Barbados' only above ground rivers. So it's a really popular hiking trail for tourists and locals every Sunday, and it's a beautiful place.
Here we are at the windmill. It's actually officially known as the Morgan Lewis Sugar Mill. And we brought you here because the runners of the marathon and the half marathon, they'll be doing their third turn a little lower down. And a fun fact for you about the windmill, it's actually the biggest and one of the only fully functioning windmills in the Caribbean. So a little history as we take in the run, take in some history, and of course, take in the scenery of Barbados. Once again, Barclays Park, the start and finish of the marathon weekend. I wanted to be at the finish line on the road, but when you have a surfer with you, you twisted my arm, and here we are with the beautiful ocean behind us, right?
Yeah, we saw some beautiful points along the route, and I'm assuming that when the runners are finished, they're jumping right in the ocean and enjoying the rest of the festivities.
Of course, sounds like a plan for me. And the plan is you have to stay tuned. We have a lot more coming your way. A lot of the action is the big one, the 40th edition of the Run Barbados Marathon Weekend.
Thank you to our tour guides in CC and Chelsea. But live now, CC has somebody else alongside of her. We're going to find out just who she has.
Okay, and here we are. So we have the runners, the volunteers, and like people like ourselves who are working hard this morning, getting up to come to the East Coast early morning. But PJ ran into you. So why are you here so early?
Came to support my daughter, her boyfriend, my son-in-law, and one of my daughter's friends.
Okay, so they're doing both the half marathon and the full marathon, right?
Yeah, my son-in-law is doing the half, and so is her friend. My daughter and her boyfriend doing the full.
Okay, so I saw you also had some family and friends with you, so you're making a bit of a lime. Of course, it's Barclays Park, a popular picnic area here in Barbados.
Yeah, absolutely. I have some refreshments for the runners and for myself to help pass the time and enjoying the weather. It's not too hot, thankfully. It's a little overcast, so that's good. You don't have the sun beating down in your face.
Not yet, though. But of course, what got your kids and their friends into running? Are you a marathoner as well, or is it something that a hobby of theirs?
I'd probably have to say my dad. Yeah, my dad does a lot of running, does a lot of used to do a lot of triathlons, a lot of swimming. So I kind of might have skipped a generation and went straight to my daughter.
Makes sense. It skips generations sometimes, right? So that's awesome. You did a little bit as well?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right, so it's a family affair. It's fun, it's healthy, it's all about fitness. So I know you have your drinks, your snacks, your family, friends. You've got your cheer as well because you're going to be there at the finish line to cheer on your family and their friends as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, PJ, have a wonderful morning. Thank you for joining us right here at Barclays Park. Okay, so more coming up. It is, of course, Barclays Park. We have the marathon and the half marathon.
Well, CJ and PJ, or rather CC and PJ, I don't know why I decided to rhyme there on that particular, but I guess I wish I was in my PJs at this particular time. Certainly it was an early start for all of us. But just before CC had a chance to talk to PJ, we were going through, as you were the tour guide, Chelsea. So just tell us a bit more about what you had a chance to experience on that little tour that you took with CC.
Well, anytime I can show everyone the East Coast, I take it. And we had a great time last Thursday just going through what the landmarks will be. We first saw the Sleeping Giant, which is the rock formation that the runners will pass by, which is a beautiful place to go for a hike in Barbados as well, Chalk Mount. Then we saw sand dunes, excellent place for macaroni pie and fish and coleslaw and whatever, and rum punch, of course, whatever Bajan delicacies you like. And then we got to see Joe's River, of course, which is built on the bridge that hosted the Barbados Railway, which used to connect Bridgetown and Belpaine. So a lot of history in this area as well. Then we went up to the windmill, the sugar mill. It's the biggest and only functioning one in the whole of the Caribbean. So really incredible spots here on the East Coast. A lot to put on your list to come and watch, and I know that the marathon runners are enjoying the views this morning.
Yeah, certainly. And one also that we didn't get a chance to see on your tour, and they're going to get fairly close to it, is Farley Hill National Park as well. Gerard, no. How many times have you been to Farley Hill? Let's go with that as a starter.
Too many times to mention. I think every Bajan has been to Farley Hill National Park too many times to mention. From the time they were small right up to adult stage. Well, Farley Hill National Park is similar to Hope Pastures in Jamaica and other places throughout the Caribbean that would have, just regular picnic spots. Somewhere where you can bring the family, where you can. It's also where we host a lot of shows, namely Soak on the Hill. We have Reggae on the Hill as well, where so many artists from across the Caribbean come through Barbados, as they usually do through Cup over time through April, and do their performances. So yeah, Farley Hill National Park, a great place to just spend time with your family, with your friends, with your co-workers even, your schoolmates. It's a really, really wonderful part of Barbados, a staple in our culture.
It certainly is. Our marathon and half marathon runners probably actually should be making their way back, especially that front group towards us here at Barclays Park. Once again, those in the marathon will be making a loop and heading back out towards running the exact same route that we described at the top of our broadcast. Our half marathon runners will be ending here. Those in the orange bibs, as you can see on screen, will be running the half marathon. And I believe that this right now is scenes from Shorey Village in St. Andrew at the moment. These half marathoners have made that loop and are coming back towards our position. In fact, no, it looks as if they are actually still on that first run out towards, making a loop towards, coming back towards us here at Barclays Park. But yeah, the sun now is almost towards its full effect here on the East Coast, allowing us to see the gorgeous scenes as we head through the communities of St. Andrew. A couple persons have got up early to do their washing, or maybe they've left their clothes out on the line overnight, and if they have, I must say they are in fact very cold at this moment, and a lot more sunshine will be needed to dry them. This half marathon runner, it is what we consider to be in terms of a very steady pace. A couple persons making their way out to work as well, and that's something that you will certainly see as well. They say that in terms of the countryside of Barbados, you're more likely to see a lot more people walking, taking a leisurely stroll, probably or maybe towards work in the area, or out to maybe towards a farm, and we might see that as well. A couple persons out in the fields, maybe doing their early morning pickings, maybe doing their early morning walkings or waterings as well, maybe getting their sheep out to graze very early as well. Oh, to be a sheep this morning, it is cool at the moment. Oh, to be in a pasture, just enjoying the breeze of Barbados. But yeah, these runners are certainly having a fantastic time at the moment. A little incline, because we certainly don't have many inclines here in Barbados as well. We mentioned the fact that all of our events that, happen to be on a hill, happen to be at Farley Hill, and that's because, it's probably just one of the very few hills that we have that can host persons here in Barbados. But yeah, it's just a slight incline for our runners here at the moment. Pictures now of our front runners in Nicholas Romani and Alex Akeza, who are in fact definitely on their way back towards us here at Barclays Park. Approaching that 50-minute mark now for our runners, and don't forget, last year 2 hours 34 minutes was what Alex Akeza posted on the board. We mentioned the fact that it's a slightly different route for them on this occasion, also different in the fact that they're also on what is a freshly relayed surface as well, because last year a couple of runners had a little challenges in terms of the rocks and humps and bumps that we had on the East Coast, especially when we went towards the Bathsheba side of things. But yeah, definitely a much smoother route for them this year, and it'll be interesting to get their feedback, especially from the marathon runners, in terms of how the course felt for them. A lot of them talk about the differences in terms of the feel under their feet as well, in terms of when they go around the world. And remember Alex Akeza mentioning that as well, just in terms of a couple countries, in terms of their surfaces happen to really get, as they would say, work on those heel splints and those kind of things for the runners. So it'll be interesting to hear his remarks in terms of this year's course for the marathon. Nicholas Romani as well, interesting to hear what he had to say on his half marathon course. But yeah, making their way back towards us at the moment. That left turn coming towards us now here at Barclays Park. So very soon they're making their way back onto what we call the Ermyborn Highway here in Barbados.
Yeah, and to come back to your point about the surface, Joel, one of the runners who was very critical of the surface last year is not here this time, Finn Armstrong. Finn made it known that he was uncomfortable with the surface. But yeah, so it was really good for the BTMI to get right on top of those things, of those criticisms, and ensure that the road this year was paved and ready for these runners who seem to be way more comfortable this time. We didn't hear any complaints when we spoke to the runners yesterday, Chelsea. So
absolutely. I think the BTMI is passionate about hosting this event every year, and they really want it to make it bigger and better each year. They want the runners to return from overseas to come, and they want to have new runners. So they definitely take on all of the criticism, all of the pointers from the runners who have done marathons, in Berlin, in Boston, in New York. Just get some of the pointers so that we can make it bigger and better each year. And I think we've done a really good job at the start to make the turf much smoother and a new paved road. Make sure there's enough water stations and enough support personnel, on hand to make this a really special marathon.
Yeah, so this is the Ermyborn Highway that we're seeing currently on screen, that freshly laid surface. I was looking at our front runners, and I know I recognized the cricket ground that they were passing. It's the KMV Oval in Lakes, St. Andrew, that they were at. So that gives us a little indication of how close they are to us at the moment. So probably maybe within, let's say, maybe about 15 to 20 minutes or so, we can maybe see Alex Akeza in terms of pictures of him coming back just a little closer towards us to make that loop to head back out. And they are on screen once again, just making that left turn by the KMB Oval. In fact, one of the better cricket grounds, I might say, here in Barbados, just in terms of the overall experience that you get when you're playing at that cricket ground. Not that, I'm the best of cricketers, but I've had a chance to play there. But Alex Akeza on screen and certainly looking quite steady. And I don't think he's really broken a sweat just yet, 50 minutes into the marathon. Just making a note at the first stage, maybe just a slight separation now between himself and Nicholas Romany at the moment. Certainly the more seasoned campaigner at 41 years old is Alex Akeza. I just wonder how many marathons he has under his belt at this stage, maybe let's say 50, 60, 100 plus, maybe, you just never know. Yeah, but certainly he's looking cool, calm and collected at the moment, just heading up one of those inclines that we have here in St. Andrew, and at one stage, some stage, he's going to make his way back now onto what is going to be a decline and probably will pick up the pace as well as he comes towards making that first loop. But interesting to see that he's starting, to make that separation between himself and Nicholas Romany at the moment.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's broken a sweat, and it's interesting. I see that he doesn't have music in his ears, so I'm wondering what his mindset is right now, pushing towards, the halfway mark. What is he thinking? What is he telling himself? But really is incredible, and I think it does help that he was here last year, so he knows the route well. He is probably enjoying this improved road, and really, I think he's aiming to beat his time from last year.
Yeah, he certainly must be. So once again, in terms of that route that we're taking this year, we started here at Barclays Park and headed north towards Belle Plaine, and we made a left in Belle Plaine towards the bottom of Chalky Monk, and that was the first turn. From there, our runners headed towards the bottom of Farley Hill, and that was the second turnaround point for them. They then made a left at Shorey Village and came towards the bottom of what was the Morgan Lewis Windmill. Pictures of what we saw a little earlier with our tour with Cece and Chelsea. They're going to come back towards Belle Plaine and then come towards us here at Barclays Park. The marathon runners, they're going to make a loop and head back out. The half marathoners, they're going to finish right here once again. Those in the orange bib, they'll be running the half marathon, and those with the purple bib will be running the marathon. A couple runners with fluid in their hands as well, and we certainly expect that as we get towards the hour mark of this marathon. Couple runners also maybe just falling maybe a little off of their pace at this stage as well, because there's certainly nothing easy about being in a marathon or a half marathon. I'm happy now that I'm actually getting a lovely glare coming through our eyes as well at the moment. It tells us the sun is really here in all of its beauty at the moment on the east coast of Barbados.
Yeah, well,
Cece is on hand at the moment. Who do you have with you, Cece? Who do you have?
I have a group of friends, and they say that if you run together, you're friends for life, just so you know. So I have Alicia who's going to talk. So introduce your friends. Of course, we're here, and you're getting ready for the fun walk.
Yes. This is our first time doing this together. We actually go to the same gym. So this is just about fun, just about pushing ourselves and enjoying ourselves.
Okay, and which gym is that you go to? You go to the gym, you got, your fitness crew going?
Yes, we go to Coverley Gym in Christchurch, and I want to give a big shout out to the Coverley people and to our trainer Paula. Hi, Paula.
You're gonna make Paula proud today, right?
Yes, we will. We will. And without her, we could not be doing this walk and all the activities we did over the past 3 days.
Okay, so what are some of the activities that you guys participated in?
Okay, so we did the Fun Mile, and that was a lot of fun. That was at the Garrison. And, it was a good way to push yourself while also having fun at the same time.
Were you in costume? Did you dress up?
I didn't, but I had on my glow stuff, my glow bunny ears.
You got the memo.
I got the memo. Loud and clear.
Okay, ladies, so wishing you all the best. And, of course, it's fitness, it's fun, it's getting out here. And how wonderful is the sea breeze?
It is lovely. Like, this is one of the best places to do a marathon or any sort of fun sports activity.
Right here, east coast of Barbados. So we're going to go back to the team on the deck to hear more about what's happening, because the half marathon and the marathon are currently underway.
Well, guys, that is my race. The Joes River 5K walk. That is where you could possibly find me if I were to be a participant next year. Easy breezy, heel to toe, going along this lovely surface that we're seeing at the moment. I hope that you guys will be happy to join me in that 5K walk as well.
Yes, I think I can manage that one, definitely.
We'll see.
No, Gerard. No. But yeah, certainly absolutely gorgeous to see the blues as well pairing with the greens here on the east coast of Barbados, the rugged, unspoiled coast of Barbados. Very soon, we're going to be seeing a couple more pictures of our runners. But yeah, guys, certainly now in the back of us as well, we're seeing a couple more spectators gathering, and that's what we expected to see as we got to what we call, I guess, the human hours of the morning, because, certainly, we got here at 4 in the morning. It was pitch black. We saw people standing up. We saw the runners coming in, sipping their coffee, having their music pumping in their ears. And you mentioned the fact that we did not see Alex Acaza with any music in his ears. And it's interesting to also see the strategies as well. Had I been running for 2 hours and 34 minutes, I needed to have some form of music pumping in my ears, certainly to keep me going. And we see him here on screen. He needs absolutely nothing at the moment. What is interesting to note, though, is he has something in his hand, and I wonder if that is his fluids for the day that he has in his hand at the moment. It would be interesting to know whether or not he's taken on those fluids as well. I mentioned the fact that probably maybe about 45 minutes, 50 minutes into last year's when we saw him, taking on his first set of fluids. At some stage, we also saw him with a banana coming on to the end of the run as well. So he's approaching that hour mark. We mentioned, in fact, 2 hours 34 minutes was what he did last year, and certainly keeping our eyes on the clock. But because I know that he wants to beat that time here in terms of not just getting his third win in the Barbados Marathon, but certainly to get past that 2 hours 34 minutes for him. Heading past what I believe is St. Andrew Parish Church at the moment on the left of screen, and the easy pace there for a half marathon runner. And nice to see also that, as I mentioned, as we get towards the sunlight hours, the sunrise, I'm going to see a couple persons lining the route. So a couple spectators have just parked on the side, a couple with umbrellas in hand. I just wonder if there might be just a slight drizzle on their end, or whether that umbrella might just be there for the style of it for them. In fact, maybe a slight drizzle for our runners on the route. So another way of cooling down as well here on the East Coast for them.
Yeah, I mean this is a really good event. And Mac would have mentioned that most of the half marathon runners are close to the Morgan Lewis windmill. I mean, that was a little while ago, but if we talk about the historic sites of Barbados, of this East Coast, we have Morgan Lewis, the oldest working, or the only working windmill, sugar windmill in Barbados. And if we talk about windmills, Barbados is really known for their windmills, because we had about 506 windmills in the country at one point. Eventually, as the sugar season, you can see everybody just enjoying, as the sugar industry would have depleted a little bit. We were down to just one, which is Morgan Lewis windmill right now. But yeah, let's look back at the race. Alex, we talk about being hydrated. He has that water in his hand, so he's actually passed the outrider. So he's really taking charge of this marathon, and it looks like he should probably win this one easily again.
More than likely, he's certainly out there on his own at the moment. And there you see him now. Going to probably take on one of those gels that we also talked about as well, approaching that hour mark. And he's certainly looking cool and collected at the moment. Yeah, so the fact that we have the car in the background, I saw the wipers move, that tells us that, yeah, certainly a couple sprinkles out there for our runners at the moment. And you just wonder as well the type of impact it might have maybe on the surface in terms of the ability to grip the surface as well, because that is something that will come into play, because we're running on a used road here in Barbados, and cars driving it daily, a couple oils drip here and there, and it just creates a bit of slippage occasionally. You just wonder if that might have an impact as well, just with the light drizzles that we're getting at the moment. Yeah, passing through another community here in a beautiful Barbados, and yeah, just looking forward to seeing a couple persons come out onto their balcony with maybe tea and breakfast in hand and cheering our runners on. The interesting thing about where we're running as well is the fact that all of it is encompassing what we call the Scotland district here in Barbados as well, and certainly no real volcanic rock like this anywhere else on the island of Barbados. So certainly a very special area, a very geographically important area as well as it pertains to Barbados and Barbados' landscape as well. And just looking at the road, yeah, just looking quite shiny, that surface there, that light drizzle onto the road as they make another slight incline. Now we're past the hour mark of our journey here, and certainly I wish I could be out there clapping on these marathon runners. Yeah, and as I mentioned, somebody out there on their porch there, just taking in this run of Barbados Marathon. So certainly absolutely fantastic to be here out on the East Coast. It's certainly lovely to have, as we heard mentioned by the race director a little earlier, the fact that we have 50% more competitors as well this year running. He mentioned the fact that nothing in comparison to what we had pre-COVID, but certainly fantastic numbers on hand, and certainly a fantastic pace by Alex Akeza. He certainly cannot be very far from us from making that first loop. I maybe tell myself that maybe at 1 hour, between 1 hour 10 to 1 hour 15 is when we could see him probably making that first loop here at Barclays Park, which is the start and finish line for them. In fact, yeah, the drizzles are really coming down here now on the surface for us. So yeah, Alex Akeza out front and commanding with his pace here at the moment.
I think
in the corner of my eye, I can see Cece, so I know that she's lining up somebody as well. So Cece, we're going to come down to you and find out who you have on hand.
Okay, yes, I'm here. And as mentioned, Zari mentioned, and as we know, a lot of people fly to Barbados for this and wonderful weekend. So I have Julian. And where are you from, Julian?
I am from the beautiful island of St. Lucia.
And how beautiful is Barbados, though?
Indeed, beautiful.
Okay, so this is your first time here for this event. So how has it been for you? What event did you do, and how has it been?
I did the 10K yesterday. It was a great event. The course was a little hard. I will say it's my first time on the course. Coming from an injury, it was a little difficult, but I did it in 45 minutes, which was good enough for me.
Okay, and you're here with your St. Lucian running crew as well?
Yeah, I'm here with Junior Joseph, who did 39 minutes. That was his best time. And also we have Jason Sayers, which we are looking out for in the marathon this morning.
Okay, because we are watching the live feed, making sure that we see your friends and you're supporting and you're representing. So we're going to make sure that we have a wonderful time, right? So what would you say to all your other St. Lucian athletes back home who are like, hey, you know what? How was the marathon weekend when you go back to St. Lucia? What are you going to tell those people?
Well, it's a must-do. I mean, coming out to the different islands and running the different races, it actually helps you better yourself, better your times, get used to different terrains and so forth. So it's actually a good motivation for runners back home, for us doing that right here.
Okay, right here, beautiful east coast of Barbados. We have St. Lucia. You ran yesterday, so congratulations to you. And of course, we're looking out for your friend running the full marathon as part of the marathon weekend. And it's a whole lot of fun, and you'll be back next year?
Absolutely. Definitely. Most definitely. We'll be back here.
All right, back here indeed. So we'll see you next year. And now let's go back to the team up on the deck.
From the island of St. Lucia, traveling, I think, about maybe 30 minutes or so across to the island of Barbados. And he said that he will be back. And that's what we love to hear from all of our competitors. The fact that they've tried and tested the surface and said, hey, you know what? We are coming back next year. And funny enough, I remember thinking back to last year, the fact that it was the first time we came to the East Coast, so you didn't know what to expect in terms of what the runners might say, but they said they really enjoyed the switch to the East Coast, and a lot of them mentioned the fact that, yeah, they will certainly be coming back because they know that it can only get better. So we saw that Alex Akeza was there coming towards the St. Andrew Parish Church, which tells that he was at the Walkers roundabout. So in my mind, I believe he should probably be passing maybe the Costa Edwards Primary School and coming back towards us. But yeah, we're actually a little further back here now on screen at the moment, deeper into the parish of St. Andrew with a couple more of our half marathon runners. But yeah, just coming across to you now, Gerard, just how special is it once you get to see how many countries and persons we have just competing this year in Run Barbados?
Yeah, it's always a phenomenal thing, the fact that we can attract so many people from across not just the Caribbean but across the continent, Latin America, South America, North America even, and Europe, because we have Scottish people here, we have people from all walks of life. And I must say though that I'm very proud to see how many people have just really seen this event as a staple, even if they're not here to win, but just to compete, which is really good. And I must say that in particular, I'm very impressed with the female competitors this year because they are really matching up and showing that they came out to really show their class.
Absolutely. And I know that we've got these competitors from all around the world. They're probably coming from really cold countries.
Yes.
So they must be excited by
Right.
our climate, by the heat and the warmth here in Barbados. But it's not too hot today. Really, this day provided for us. I'm sure they're happy with the drizzles. It's overcast. We're keeping cool here. I'm sure they're keeping cool as well. So fantastic conditions for all of our overseas competitors today.
And I think having this event in December is a really nice thing because we know the climate changes in the Caribbean with December. We come right out of our rainy season, our hurricane season. So to have it the month of December coming right out of our independence celebrations into the Christmas Yuletide season is just really fantastic. Great planning, great strategy to ensure that the tourist season as well, they can come in, enjoy not only the event or the sporting weekend that is usually around this time, but also enjoy our culture, how we celebrate our independence, how we celebrate Christmas, because a lot of people that I've spoken to, a lot of tourists actually are impressed with the fact that we have so much Christmas music in the air, on the airwaves. They have all of our decorations on the houses and stuff like that, so they really are enjoying themselves not only at the marathon weekend but also enjoying Barbados itself as a destination.
We certainly like our Christmas lights here in
do.
Barbados. We like our Christmas outfits.
Yes.
I'm surprised I'm not seeing any Christmas hats on the marathon runners today, honestly, but it is wonderful that the visitors can come down to Barbados. They can come and do this race. This is one big event that they do in Barbados, and then they stay on for a week, a couple of weeks, or all the way until Christmas to enjoy everything else that Barbados has to offer. It really is a special time of year to be in Barbados. Like you say, it's the coolest time, so they can enjoy the beach in the day. They can enjoy our nightlife, some of the Christmas parties that are going on, picnicking here at Barclays Park, or like you say, Farley Hill, walking through Bridgetown. I mean, this is the best time of year to walk through Bridgetown. The shops are open at nighttime. We've got the lights going, and yeah, it's a really beautiful time in Barbados.
Well, scenes once again of our runners making their way through the parish of St. Andrew. A couple of races were run yesterday, and it's time to hear from our 10K winner. I was run right here on the East Coast.
And here we are with our first place 10K winner. Congratulations, of course, and welcome back to Barbados. You're hailing, of course, representing Trinidad and Tobago. How are you feeling taking the first place, the gold medal in the 40th edition of the Run Barbados Marathon Weekend, 10K?
I'm feeling overjoyed, This is my first time here, and this is 2 victories so far, and I'm very happy.
Yeah, you mentioned 2 victories because you ran last night. Most people would say that, you should rest up before a big 10K, but you did the fun mile, right? So how was that?
I used the fun mile as a shakeout, When you run that fast mile, you have the pace in your legs, so when you're running these slower paces for the 10K, it feels much easier, So the mile yesterday was just a shakeout.
Okay, so I like that. The strategy, to me, it was a little I want to rest the night before, but there was a strategy to the madness. So, of course, Barbados, what do you think about our beautiful island so far?
It is amazing. The people is very friendly and amazing. The treatment at the Crane Resort where I stay, these people, they take care of you really well. The place is very huge, and it have pools all over. It's beautiful. The food is excellent, and I just love it.
Okay, so afterwards, you mentioned the pool, we've got the sea. So what is your de-stress? I've won, I can now relax. So what is your go-to de-stressor?
Well, I still have the half marathon to run tomorrow, so can't de-stress as yet, but, I just take a cold bath, to loosen up the muscles and just stretch properly, consume some coconut water for electrolytes, hydrate myself, eat some more carbs, little potato, pasta, fruits, and I'll be ready for tomorrow.
Okay, he's ready for tomorrow. We'll be ready for tomorrow as well. So congratulations, and we will look for you tomorrow. But of course, more racing, more running, because it's a full weekend right here in Barbados. So congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow, and good luck.
Well, that was Nicholas Romani from Trinidad and Tobago. He mentioned the fact that he ran in the fun mile and won that. He won the 10K as well. And what an athlete he really is, because based on the pictures that we saw, he's probably maybe about second or third as well. At one stage, we saw Alex Akeza looking back. We just wondered if it was a case he was looking back to see where Nicholas might be on the track at the moment, or at the surface at the moment. But certainly he's a phenomenal athlete, and that's something that we've seen across his run, Barbados. Just in fact that there's several competitors who've opted to run 2 and 3 events. I know you guys had a chance to interact with him. You guys had a chance to see him as well. Just tell me a bit more, I guess, about Nicholas, and what he's been able to do across this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Nicholas started really good with winning the fun mile. Let me just tell you something. It may look as if they're jogging on screen, but when they pass you, the wind that follows them shows that they're actually moving at a really quick pace. Nicholas is one of those athletes who builds his race nicely. He knows exactly what he's trying to achieve, and he starts and runs his race almost to perfection. So he's really passionate about the sport, we can tell, and he's been doing a really good job this weekend, Chelsea.
Yes, it's incredible to see his strategy. I mean, he's warming up with a fun mile, then he was warming up with a 10K.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't imagine that a 10K is a warm-up, but for him, that is a warm-up for this half marathon today, and I'm sure it's got him feeling prepared. He had a chance to test out the route yesterday in the 10K, know what he's working with, know what turf he's working with, what kind of temperatures. And so he can put in a good run today. But like you say, it might look like they're jogging slowly on our screens, but we know how fast they're really moving and how much they're pushing themselves, and it's really incredible to see this morning. And what an incredible backdrop this East Coast Road is, with the sleeping giant above him right there. You have in the distant Soup Bowl, my favorite place.
Yeah, so Nicholas was from Trinidad and Tobago. Alex is from Kenya. Let's hear now from the top Barbadian female athlete from yesterday.
Yeah, so here with Barbados' top finisher in the female category. Tell me about your run. Were you satisfied with the time? Did you like the conditions? So just give me a description.
The conditions were amazing today. Honestly, we couldn't have asked for better. It didn't rain, but it was very overcast. It was super cool. The East Coast can get really hot, so the conditions were perfect. My time was not really what I'm normally running. I'm not really in peak fitness right now, so the time is all over the place. But I was really happy with the finish today, really happy with my run. So
yeah, so did you use this as some kind of prep for your upcoming season?
Yeah, I think this for me is like a benchmark. I've been sort of off training a lot this year, so coming back out, setting Run Barbados weekend as a goal to just put in a lot of mileage, do a check on where I am, and then next year reset goals and really work towards those. So it's been good so far. We still have tomorrow, but it's been good so far.
Yeah, well, you say that you're going to cement those goals in 2024, but if you can give me an outlook on what you're hoping to achieve next year, just give me a little bit about that.
I want to get back to peak fitness, so I have 2 national records right now. My goal has always been to have 4, so I think that might resurface and probably do some more international races. I did a few in 2022.
That was Carly Pike, the top female Barbadian athlete. She certainly has been running for years right here in Barbados. We're looking at on screen, which tells us that very soon we're going to see Alex Akeza making that look, that sleeping giant, who is probably awake with all the activity here on the East Coast. The most activity this giant gets all year round is this Run Barbados marathon. But certainly, looking at the clock now and seeing 1 hour 14 minutes on it, and I just question, at what stage would we see him come through, whether or not he might be able to run that exact time, or maybe just a pace quicker, because we also thought he got a bit faster as well in the second half of the marathon last year as well. So we're probably telling ourselves now that we can probably maybe see at about 1 hour 18 to 1 hour 22 or so, we might see Alex Akeza making his way towards us. And then I'm going to just double it down and then not take any bets, but you know what, hey, this maybe could be the time that we see him coming back in to finish. But yeah, he is there all alone, as we probably expected by this stage, in a class of his own is Alex Akeza, especially given the experience that he carries at 41 years old. This Kenyan runner, I was going to say Kenyan young man, because at 41 he's certainly still young as a runner in terms of the marathon circuit.
And if we look back at the times, the average time for a marathon runner is about 4.5 hours. It looks like he's well on track to be under that 4.5 hours, especially for a 41-year-old young man, as you would say, Joel. I think that's really phenomenal. We can see that he's in the picture, so we should be seeing him right about now. And then he will make that loop and go right back up and come back down.
Yeah, certainly making that first loop is Alex Akeza, wearing the purple bib. That means he's running the marathon here in Run Barbados. The 40th running this year in 2023, making that turn and heading back out. And you just love to hear it in the background, the cheers, the encouragement, and he's going to need it as he heads back out. So making that loop at roughly 1 minute of 15 was Alex Akeza. Going to write that down because last year it was 2 hours 32 that he did 2 hours at 34 minutes that he did that marathon in. The first female competitor being Felix from France. She came in 2 hours 54 minutes. So we're also keeping an eye in terms of the female competitors this year. I'm not sure who might be the leading female competitors. I'm going to keep my eye on that one to see who it might be for this year and the possible time. But they're on screen now.
Yeah, and if we look at past runners, and we look at how they would have finished way back when it was the Bridgetown 10K, as we can see,
the winner,
Nicholas
in fact, of the half marathon, it's going to be Nicholas Romani. He's going to win it in roughly a time of 1 hour, 16 minutes and 44 seconds. What a Run Barbados series it has been for him. He's giving thanks for what has been a fantastic weekend for him, starting with that fun mile on towards the 10K, and now here with the half marathon. He certainly has to be pleased with his spoils here in a beautiful Barbados. His first time being a part of the Run Barbados series, and my dear me, what a weekend it has been for him.
Now this athlete here who just turned second, he only got into the country last night.
No way.
So he's not really au fait with the area, but yeah, he's doing really good and making sure that he keeps as close as possible to Alex as he can.
Well, guys, we're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, there's going to be a lot more action in Run Barbados 2023.
welcome back indeed. So this is like deja vu because just yesterday I was saying congratulations to Nicholas. So congratulations once again from Trinidad. You came to win not once, not twice, but now this is your third crown. Congratulations on winning the half marathon. How are you feeling?
I'm very tired, very, very tired.
Of course, and you know, last night when we left you, you said you were going to do your coconut water, pasta, a cold bath. So that seems to have done the trick. You got all those things done?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so how does it feel to win the half marathon? How much work goes into your prep?
I just feel overjoyed right now because I wasn't expecting first place for all three. You know, I came in hoping to be in the top three, and I ended up winning all three. So, you know, I just overjoyed right now. I'm very happy.
Okay, so now that there are no other races to do, what are you going to do now to totally de-stress?
Okay, so I was being disciplined since I came here. So now all that is over. I'm going to eat anything I want now. Drink a lot of water, you know, hydrate. Of course. And I said just go in the pool and just relax.
And I know your crew, they're still running. How are you feeling about them? You're going to support them? You're going to wait here at the finish line to support them as well?
Yeah. I'll definitely be cheering them on coming in. I just want to say a couple of things. I want to thank the BTMI, you know, for having me here. The Crane Resort, they have been so wonderful to me, you know. The treatment there is very good. The food, the people, everybody's just friendly. I just love it. I would recommend anyone to come and stay at the Crane Resort because it is wonderful.
So we'll see you again next year, right?
Yes, hopefully.
All that being said, we'll see him again next year. So I know you need to get some rest. You're going to support your teammates who are still running. So thank you so much. Congratulations. Not once, not twice, but 3 times taking the gold medal. So congratulations once again, Nicholas. And we go back to the team of Jared. We have Chelsea and, of course, Joelle waiting, standing by.
Well, the smiles of Nicholas Romani. He finished in 1 hour 16 minutes to take his third win here in this Run Barbados series. Started with the fun mile, he took the 10K, and now the half marathon. While we were at break, we also saw the first Barbadian to come in Darren Matthews, and he placed a second in the half marathon. He came in at a time of 1 hour and 19. And Elvis Turner from Trinidad and Tobago, he was third in 1 hour 20. He's 43 years old, Elvis Turner, and he came in third here in the half marathon. So quite a few marathon runners now here making that loop. Of course, we saw Alex Akeza. He made that loop in just roughly over 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we'll keep our eyes in terms of when he comes back. And finishing now another runner in the half marathon. And very soon we'll tell you who that is. But definitely gorgeous scenes here on the east coast of Barbados. The culmination of what is Run Barbados 2023. Very soon we're going to see the event that I should have been in. The 5K walk will be heading off very soon. And I believe that should be kicking off roughly about 7 a.m. or so. The race that those beside me chose not to be involved in this year. But there we see on screen Alex Akeza. He is once again making his way back towards the areas of Belle Plaine and Shorey Village. And we'll get to see once again the communities of St. Andrew here in Barbados. But once again, he's just looking fantastic in terms of his form, in terms of his pace, and you just wonder what would that time for him this year. 2 hours 34 minutes it was for him last year. What will it be this year, guys?
I think he'll be able to beat that. I think at this pace that he's going at, the fact that he's made it so far already with the 125 on the clock, I'm pretty sure that he will run faster than he did last year, and he looks right on course. And I mean, he's comfortable. He's trotting, and there's no doubt that he'll be back here in a flash.
And it's interesting what Joel said before, that his second half of the marathon is actually faster than the start.
Yes.
I mean, for me, that definitely wouldn't have been the case. So it's really incredible. If he did 125, maybe he's going to try and push 110, 115. We'll see how he goes on this second half. And another fun point about the 5K walk. I am sure the viewers at home have been enjoying the scenic views going north here from Barclays Park, but the 5K walk is actually going to go towards Bashaba, towards Joes River.
Right.
So you viewers at home will be able to see a bit more of our coast road, a bit more of the Bashaba community and the aerial shots here on the East Coast.
Yeah, you can see that while Alex is comfortable in the marathon, and the second runner behind him is a little bit out of sight.
Yes.
The half marathon runners are continuing to finish and coming steadily. And we are seeing some youngsters as well crossing the line. I actually just saw an athlete from Cayman Islands again competing. But yeah, the man on your screen, Alex Akesa, very comfortable, very composed, and looks like he's going to win this one comfortably again, defending his title. Yeah, he was back here with that in mind. Funny enough, in the mile he didn't finish in the top 5. In the 10K, he was third, I believe. No, he was outside of the top 3, in the top 5. But when I spoke to him one away, he said, you know, my event is a marathon, so I was just using these to get acquainted with the surface and get myself ready to see one of the young athletes here. That young man who just crossed the line, he was third in the 5K on Saturday. So yeah, following up with a good finish here in the half marathon. So it's been a wonderful weekend for so many runners.
Yeah, it definitely has been. I'm hoping that we can get the name of that young man that crossed the line, because to my mind he looks to be the youngest in terms of our youngest finisher so far in the half marathon. I must say, I commend him on a job well done. And you just tell yourself that at that age, you just wonder what he can go on to do in terms of taking on that marathon and becoming, let's say, one of Barbados' best marathon runners as well. Making that turn to go back out once again. Those purple bibs getting those fluids and heading back out, getting the encouragement as well. It's just lovely to see how everyone has lined the route here towards the finish line. On screen, Mac Fingal as well. I wonder, Mac being a PE coach, I believe, at the Lodge School for many years, I wonder how many marathons Mac has run, or how many marathons Mac has instructed persons to run, because I do know he's certainly one of those instructors who's really, you know, I remember boys telling the story of him driving in the cars alongside them as they ran through, St. John, given that that's where the Lodge School is situated. I wonder if CC might be able to ask him that one. How many marathons has Mac Fingal run? But yeah, Alex Akeza here, just looking steady, looking easy. I believe he's heading back out towards the area of the St. Andrew Parish Church at the moment. And from there, he is going to make what will be a left turn around the roundabout and head deeper towards the likes of the Morgan Lewis Windmill, the likes of the bottom of Farley Hill, and then find his way back to us here at Barclays Park. The start and finish, the second time it will be like that here. On this sign it says caution, reduce speed now, but I don't think that is what Alex Akeza is looking to do at any stage of this race, guys.
No, I don't think he wants to slow down at all. But yeah, Mac Fingal, though, Joel, as you would have mentioned, I've heard so many stories about him as well. Yes, he's fun on stage, but strict at school. And not only a good coach for track and field and running and athletics, but also a really good cricket coach as well. Who would have thought a man who was from St. Philip, really known in St. John, made his name in St. John. Of course, the manager of legendary red plastic bike. If you're a Calypso fan, soca fan in Barbados or across the Caribbean, you would know that name, Raga Raga. One of the most sampled songs in soca history. But yeah, Mac is a jack of all trades, as we will say.
Yeah, he certainly is. Well, there's somebody else who is kind of almost in the entertainment industry that we will get from very soon. His name is Salt, but we won't get to him just yet. And wonder if maybe salt might be a part of the routine for these guys, because you know that, in terms of the cramps and what's not you can possibly get when it comes to running, maybe one or two might have maybe a salt packet on hand, maybe at some stage of the race. But let's go now to Mr. Salt himself. He had a chance to talk to CC yesterday after his race.
They say salt is bad for you, but salt's actually a good thing. We have Patrick Salt Bellamy, one of Barbados' runners, and I know that you're always on the airwaves, you're always on social media talking about the health benefits of running. So how was your run today?
It was good, 10K. Going out was a lot easier than coming back in. The wind was really in your face on your way back, but we made it.
You made it indeed. So who were you running with? I know I see your brother here as well. So who are some of your running partners?
He ran 5K. He runs 5K every day. I was telling him, come out and do the 10K. He didn't step up. I ran with my partner from Barbados Obstacle Race, Barbados Adventure Race, Nicholas. And then I was just running with people as I called up to them as I went along because I tried to keep a steady pace at 4:45.
Okay, so how do you feel about your performance today?
I'm pleasantly surprised. Yeah.
The best you could do. And you were there again last night as well. I saw you doing the warm-up and getting some people moving and everything. So in terms of overall health benefits and fitness, running is something that you enjoy. Why are you so passionate about running?
I don't know. I always wanted to be good at something, and I finally found it with running. Yeah, I like running. I like keeping a rhythm, and it really helps me as well with my mental. Yeah, when I don't run, I'm very miserable. So.
And that's doesn't happen often, right?
No. What about you? How about your running, CC?
Okay, so we're going to go back to a commercial break right about now. When will you have your brother do the 10K? Maybe then we'll talk about me running.
Next year.
Okay, so next year we're going to prep. So you're going to be on my from now until next year. So maybe next year you might see me running the 5K. Let me start with the 5. And then I'll be crossing the finish line as well. So Saul, thank you so much. Congratulations on finishing once again. This is how many times have you done the...
This is the third time.
Okay. Third time.
Barbados 2023 Marathon Weekend. Biggest to SportsMax for sponsoring SportsMax and Gildan. Sorry that my number blocking the logo, but you know what? 40 years and 40 days. See you all next year.
See you next year for sure.
Well, that was yesterday. Patrick Salt Bellamy, the 10K, an ambassador for the Run Barbados program as well. And yeah, there is Alex Akeza on screen, all alone, encouraging himself at this stage of the race. And that's something that comes into play as well, the ability to keep himself going, because at this stage, he's running versus himself and he's running versus the clock. As we mentioned, the fact that we didn't see him with any earphones in, and we saw a couple competitors getting their music right as well. And I would, hopefully like to chat to one or two to find out what their playlist was like for a race like this. Was it something up-tempo? Was it a bit of Mozart to keep them calm? Was it soca? I'm a soca guy in the morning, so, my playlist is strictly soca to get me going. So you just wonder what got them going this morning and what's going to keep them going on this route as well. At the moment, I can see in the back of me, Cece, she's getting ready to talk to somebody who competed in the half marathon. Cece, it is all over to you.
And here we are with our... Oh, yep, here we are with our second place Bajan runner. And Joshua, you've been running marathons for a few years now, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you were saying that you started off and you did it just more for fun.
I did it for fun. It started in 2016, and one half marathon a year, which would be this one around Barbados. So I just did it for fun because I could place in the Bajan category. And then last year would have been the first year that I took it seriously.
Okay, so what does that mean, taking it seriously? You've done marathons before, half marathons before. You've done half marathons before. So what's the difference between previous ones and last year and this year?
I actually trained for them this time around. So last year was an hour 16 and 1. This year was a tough year. So performances were not what I wanted, but I still had fun. So I would take them. Coming off an injury, I would take them, yes.
Okay, indeed. So wishing you much success. And what's your recovery now that you've done your half marathon?
Go home, ice, stretch, massage, and roll out. Take a rest day tomorrow, and then resume my training going into next year.
Okay, next year we'll see you back next year for the half marathon.
For sure, for sure.
Joshua from Barbados in the half marathon, second place Bajan runner, and we will see you next year. Training continues; it never stops, does it? So I think we're going to swap out right now. So thank you, Joshua. And we have another placer, another finisher. Hi, welcome indeed. We're live on SportsMax, giving you all the Run Barbados weekend action. So what's your name?
Darren Matthews.
Okay, so how was your finish? How was your half marathon?
Hard. It was challenging. Definitely a challenging course with some of the hills on it. It really taxed us a little bit, but.
So how do you get through that? How do you know? Obviously, you know it's coming up. Mentally, how do you break through that block?
I don't know.
You just do.
Yeah, I mean, it's the course. There's nothing that you could do different. It's what everybody has to go through it. So let's try and take a step at a time and hope.
I like that, one step at a time. So is there anything that you psych yourself up, that you tell yourself before you actually participate in a half marathon?
I never did a half marathon before, so I was really just doing it. My focus was on the 10K, so I knew I had a degree of fitness coming into the event, but I didn't know what to expect. And kind of what I thought would happen to an extent is what occurred, where I tried to push myself with the leaders early on and then blow up a little bit. So just try to hold off everybody to get to the finish, you know.
Okay, your first half marathon. Does this mean we're going to see you again next year for the half marathon?
I don't think I too interested in competitiveness anymore. I really wanted to do this year to see how it goes and what I can get. I never really focused on running, so I really wanted to see this year how well I can do in the different events, the 10K and the half marathon. So I don't know. Not too keen on doing it again, to be honest.
I like that. You set a goal, you did it once, you completed, you have your medal there as well. So I think, yeah, that's a good goal to set. You did it once, you did it, and hopefully maybe next year the 10K or, 5K or the fun walk, because there's so many different activities for everyone to participate in. So congratulations on finishing, and hopefully next year we could do like the fun walk or something, right?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, seeing how it goes, and of course we're going to go back to our team on the deck because we have more finishers behind us, and the action continues.
Well, Darren Matthews and Joshua Hunt, first and second in terms of Barbadian finishers in the half marathon. And at 7 o'clock, well, that tells us that on screen we have my favorite race, the Bathsheba towards the likes of St. Joseph, another parish here in Barbados. So 1 of 11. So we're participating across 2 of 11 parishes that we have here on this beautiful island. But still, in terms of the greenery, in terms of the scenery, it is fantastic. And in terms of the pace, guys, this is the pace to have.
For who? For you, Joe?
That's certainly the pace to have for me. Like I said, heel to toe at a pace of maybe 1 to 2 seconds per stride.
Right.
But yeah, certainly fantastic scenes here in the Joes River 5K walk for our competitors at the moment. A 7 a.m. start for them, so not so early in terms of having to get up. Maybe the routine was a little different, maybe still going through the light stretches, but hey, this here is easy peasy for them at the moment. A chance to, I guess, have a bit more conversation as well. Maybe this is more of a family walk as well for some of them as well, because I saw, maybe 1 or 2 strollers. I actually heard CC at one stage mention the fact that in the fun mile, she would run with her stroller. We know with the 5K walk as well, it's certainly that family type event. And I guess, there's something for everyone at Run Barbados. So you know what? If you can't run, let us walk. And if you can't walk, hop in your stroller and let's head down the road, head down the east coast of Barbados. Another finisher here from Trinidad and Tobago, finishing in the half marathon. But yeah, looking at that coast of Barbados, the sun is absolutely glorious at the moment. And you tell yourself it's starting to heat up just slightly as well. You heard Darren Matthews, the first Barbadian competitor finish in the half marathon, mention the fact that, a couple steep hills for him, and it was really a challenge. But he also mentioned the fact that he actually just wanted to test his body, and that was something as well that will come into play for a lot of our competitors, the test on their body.
Yeah, and Chelsea right now, they're heading towards Bathsheba, a place that you know so well. You would have mentioned it a little bit before, but just tell us a little bit more about why you love Bathsheba so much.
Before we get to Chelsea telling us about her love from Bathsheba, another competitor coming behind us, and I know that CC also has somebody alongside of her, another competitor. In fact, I think I called his name before. He's Elvis Turner, 43 years old, from Trinidad. CC, go ahead, tell us all about Elvis.
Yes, indeed. You are absolutely right, Joel. Elvis is here, the 3rd place half marathon finisher from Tobago. Now, how are you feeling coming in 3rd? What were your expectations coming into the marathon weekend?
Well, over this weekend, I entered the race. From the time I landed in Barbados, I was feeling a pain in my legs, and I pray that I do good today. And the first half of the race was pretty okay. Coming into the second half, it was a little tough with the wind coming back. But overall, I conquered the course, came in 3rd thanks to Richard Jones, coach Trinidad. Thank you.
And you see, I know there's some other Trinidadians who are running today, and those are some of your teammates. So who do you want to recognize? Who do you want to shout out and say, you're here in Barbados with your crew?
I'd like to congratulate Nicholas Romane from Trinidad. He did well over the weekend. All the race he come first in. And congrats to Nicholas.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I know you have to rest and recover, but thank you for joining us. Will we be back again next year for the Run Barbados Marathon weekend?
Of course, I will be back. I love Barbados.
Love Barbados, and congratulations once again. Always a pleasure, and we're going to make sure that you get your rest, stay hydrated. And I got to ask you about your lucky socks. Those are lucky socks?
Yeah, because last year I did it with the socks.
All right, so the socks are lucky, and we're going to have luck and, of course, a whole lot of skill coming your way. I was going to talk to you some more of the finishers. We still have the full marathon going on, but half marathon finishers are making their way in. We're cheering them on, and I know we're going to go cheer on some more as they finish, right? Thank you.
Well, there we are. A couple more marathon runners making their turn and heading back out onto this absolutely fantastic course. Well, we talked to you about the direction of Bathsheba, the direction that our walkers are heading. And my lovely tour guide in Chelsea also had a chance to visit Bathsheba as well. We're going to get a chance to see just that.
Most of us think about Bathsheba, we associate it with Soup Bowl, our world-renowned wave and surf break. But there's a lot of other hidden gems around this area that I love to visit, and we're at one of them now, which is Joe's River. It's a hiking trail, and it was built on the bridge of the Barbados Railway that used to connect Bridgetown to Belplain, and it's a really beautiful spot. It's one of the only above-ground rivers in Barbados, and a really nice spot to hike with the family. The main gem of Bathsheba, and second to my bedroom, probably where I spend most of my time. It is a reef bottom wave and one of the best waves in the entire world. Kelly Slater, 11-time world champion, calls this his favorite wave. And it's not only the perfect playground for elite surfers, a lot of the locals and tourists come down here just to watch the action, check out some of the restaurants along the way, and have a swim in our cave pool and rock pools along the beach. It's a really special place.
Well, that was Bathsheba. Oh, to be there right now. If you were not here right now, Chelsea, is that where you would be?
Absolutely, it would be. I would be in the water at Soup Bowl enjoying the sunrise.
Yeah, enjoying the sunrise as well is Alex Keza. He is certainly once again just really showcasing his form at the moment. I just wonder what he's looking back for, because there's absolutely nobody behind him at the moment. It's probably just a couple blackbirds there to keep him company on his way towards us. And I have not seen him take on any more gels or any more fluids after that initial stage that we saw. Obviously, we probably expect that he probably has at this stage, approaching that 2-hour mark. For him. Don't forget, last year it was 2 hours 34 minutes that he came in. Once again, we're just going to keep our keen eye on whether or not he's able to pick up that pace and get back here in, let's say, maybe a 2 hours 30 or so. Looking towards, let's say, the middle of the race at the moment. That half marathon runner, in fact, looks like somebody I recognize to be Kamal Seal, who sat next to me in class at Queen's College. Oh. I am not certain if I am absolutely correct, but I do know he's taken on running as a passion. I recently started off as swimmers in the pool, let's say maybe about 7 or 8 years old, of 4:30 a.m. morning swims. We would have going on towards swimming competitively, and as we have aged, I jumped out of the pool he stayed in, and as we also graduated, he went towards the cycling side of things, and recently I've started to see Kamal become a runner. So I'm very very curious, as if I'm absolutely correct, that this is Kamal Seal here. It looks like his stride pattern as well at the moment. But yeah, the stride pattern that cannot be mistaken out front is Alex Kay's gorgeous drone shots that we have here of the parish of St. Andrew. Untouched in terms of its beauty and unmatched as well here in Barbados. Well, behind us again, Cece, she's busy. She's doing her job. Who do you have with you at the moment, Cece?
Okay, I have Katie, and you are our first female half marathon finisher, and you're right here from Barbados. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, really excited. It was a great, race. Wasn't expecting to come first, so happy.
Why weren't you expecting to come first? Didn't you put in a lot of hard work?
I have put in a lot of hard work, but there's a lot of really strong runners from here. So, you come out and you have fun and you do your best, and that's what I did. So.
And your best got you that gold medal, of course, first place female finisher. So on the course, when you're doing this half marathon, what goes through your mind?
Just to keep pushing through. You take it in steps. So I kind of have stages where, I want to be here at this point. But with the hills and the headwind, you have to adjust on the day. Between that and the heat, you take it as it is. And I know the course, so that helped. But you still, there's always unexpected parts to it.
Always, always. And of course, congratulations on your win. And will we see you again next year now that you have a title to defend? You have to defend your title.
Yes, of course. Maybe next year I'll do the full, but this year was the half, so.
Okay, so we'll see how things go. I know after you rest, you might rethink that statement, but we have it on camera. So we definitely will see you next year, maybe for the half marathon or the full marathon. So congratulations once again, Katie. And I know you had some rest and some water. Stay hydrated. And again, congratulations.
Well, that was Katie Parker, the first female finisher here, roughly in a time of 1 hour of 40 minutes. It was interesting that she also mentioned the slight hills. She also mentioned the headwind as well, that sea breeze coming across and hitting a lot of our athletes, making it very challenging. I think back to the interview that Salt did as well. He talked about that 10K and how challenging the run back was. So you just maybe wonder now, especially in the case of someone like Alex Akeza, I mean, we're questioning, whether or not he might be able to do a faster time, how much might that headwind actually impact his ability, speed up. We mentioned last year, it was a slightly different course that we took, so maybe might not have been impacted by that much. Maybe a few more trees might also been blocking that wind for him last year. So it'll be interesting once again to see whether or not he also talks about that headwind and maybe the impact it has on his run coming back. We also saw a couple more female finishers come in as well. Brittany Gaddy, she's from USA. She was the second place female finisher. And then Alexandrine Renard, she was the third place finisher, and she was from Barbados in terms of the half marathon, in terms of the competitors. But there we see now a couple more have joined Alex Akeza on his route, and he is certainly flying high at the moment. Another competitor coming behind us and being cheered on in the half marathon. But yeah, he's being greeted on that loop by those who are going back out for the marathon. Don't forget, we start here at Barclays Park, make that loop heading towards what are the likes of the Morgan Lewis Windmill, heading towards the bottom of Farley Hill National Park. A couple runners might hope that they could have maybe just, gone into the park and had a bit of relaxation, as well as we certainly know that that's the spot to be in Barbados. Getting around that roundabout, making his way, in fact, back towards our position at the moment. 1 minute 50 or so on the clock. So maybe roughly in about 40 minutes or so, we could expect to see Alex Akeza on the Ermy-Bourne Highway. But another competitor there on screen coming in for the half marathon. He certainly is pleased with his performance, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go back to your point about the wind direction. Of course, a lot of the athletes yesterday would have talked about it. And I think, well, it was clear that the wind was a lot stronger at the time of day yesterday when they were competing. We were competing in the evening. In the morning, yes, the wind is about to pick up a little bit. We can actually see the feather banners moving side to side. So it is difficult running into that headwind to come back this side. So maybe, yes, it will impact Alex's finishing a little bit more because he's going to, not be able to compete against the elements. But yeah, it should be a strong finish nevertheless. The tailwind making him go up there faster. And then when he makes that loop coming down, it shouldn't affect him too badly. So we'll see how he strategizes his race to ensure that he can make that 2 hour 25 mark.
Yeah, I was also wondering about the youngest competitor that we saw come through. I mentioned the fact that he was from Trinidad and Tobago, Isaiah Alder, and he's just 15 years old, completing that half marathon. In terms of when he came in, he looked like as if he was actually in the top 10 in terms of the runners, and that was absolutely fantastic. Scenes behind us as more runners come in and complete their half marathon, number 1173. We're going to try to get his name in terms of who that was in terms of the competitor, but certainly coming from all around the world. 1173. In fact, no, that can't be who it is on the paper. So we're going to get the right name for that competitor. It was a female name that I saw for 1173 on the bid. But yeah, certainly having a fantastic time out there. And it's just lovely to see that when they come through, the support that they're getting from family, the support that they're getting from friends, the support that they're getting from well-wishers. And you really know that it's grueling out there. It's taxing on the body, especially having to take on that run. Another female competitor coming in there to finish her race, and they're all being greeted by the lovely Matt Fingal as well. No better personality, guys, I guess you can be greeted right here in Barbados.
Absolutely not. He's a big personality, and we're blessed to have him on the mic this morning. But what I thought was interesting, listening to Katie and Cece, she didn't even seem too taxed. She had a big smile on her face. She looked like she was enjoying the whole atmosphere, enjoyed the race. And these runners are professionals. They are really looking good coming through the finish line. But going back to Isaiah, the young Trinidad and Tobago, just 15 years old. And I saw him running with Alex, with Nicholas. So it seems like he has some incredible mentors in those two marathon runners, and he has a very bright future ahead. I'm really looking forward to seeing him at this marathon weekend for years to come.
Yeah, because the competitors there still keeping steady half marathon runners. And we know that not everyone is going to finish at the same pace or run at the same pace. So it's all about running your race, how you know how to get yourself comfortable. The marathon athletes are coming in as quick as possible. You can see a fast finishing young lady right here. She's doing a good job. I'm pretty sure she'll be happy with that performance. Yeah, so we're seeing the ladies, as I would have mentioned before, the females are doing a really good job at this event. But that man there is all by himself, all lonesome with his water in hand. I haven't seen him take a sip of that yet. Have you guys seen him take a sip yet?
Yeah, he has taken a sip or two, also took on a gel or two as well as we got towards that hour and 10-minute mark or so for him. Now roughly almost 2 hours in to the marathon for Alex Akeza. In terms of the female that we saw coming in, it was Leanna Mason of the USA, 29 years old, completing the half marathon, and she came in with a burst of energy, with a sprint. And you certainly mentioned the fact that it's about running your own race, and that's all about the strategy involved as well, because it can get a little confusing out there, especially in terms of when you see certain paces being set, and you just don't necessarily want to be drawn into the race of somebody else, because then all of a sudden you find yourself maybe walking about 20 minutes out, and I think that might be me. And maybe walking 20 minutes out, but walking 20 minutes in might be me. But yeah, certainly fantastic to see here as a couple more persons make their way back towards us here to finish the half marathon. And we also see Alex Akeza also making his way back towards us to finish the marathon. But yeah, absolutely fantastic. The curtain closer for Run Barbados Weekend 2023. And we heard the fact that planning will begin in January of 2024. And he talked about, attending another marathon to see how, things are set up there. And that's nice to see the fact that, hey, we're also venturing out to see other marathons, to see how we can improve Run Barbados Weekend. We certainly expect that we probably might come back to the East Coast as long as everything is fine with it next year, and just improve, let's say, maybe where they might run in one particular area, maybe improve maybe a piece of entertainment as well on a side. But no, certainly, honestly, it's been wonderful to see everything that's happened over the Run Barbados Weekend. The fact that started with the fun mile, you had horse racing to lead in to the activity as well. So once again, certainly something for everybody to enjoy at Run Barbados Weekend.
Yeah, and if we continue talking about marathons across the world, it's a good thing that we get to venture out and see the many different marathons that we have across the world. There's the Boston Marathon, the Fukuoka Marathon in Japan, which we have seen competitors from competing at the Run Barbados Marathon weekend. So yeah, it's always good. Yes, your product is good at home, but it's always good to venture out there and see how you can improve, what elements you can take, what elements you can even implement from their marathons, and then make your event bigger and better, especially the fact that we have such a Caribbean twist to our event.
I agree. I was speaking to a runner this morning, Dave Armstrong, and he said he has competed. He's doing the half marathon today, and he's competed in marathons in Berlin, in Boston, and in New York. So he is no newbie today, and it would be interesting to talk to him after the race to see how this course compares to the ones internationally.
Yeah, and one of the things that is a common denominator when our competitors talk about the Run Barbados Marathon weekend is the fact that it has such a brilliant, different energy, a different vibe, different element to it. As we saw on Saturday, and at the Fun Mile was literally fun because we saw Shaggy Bear, the Green Monkey, which are both characters of Barbadian culture. We saw a performer with a unicycle. The tuck band was playing while they were running. Yesterday at the 5K, 10K events, we saw Nikita, Lead Pipe and Sardis.
Yes.
They were performing afterwards. So the Caribbean flavor that we add to the pot of this Run Barbados Marathon weekend is something that is enjoyable not only by the athletes but those around who may not be particularly fans of running, but they are here to support friends and family, and then they can still enjoy whatever element they enjoy, which is entertainment.
Absolutely. I think this is a very unique marathon weekend. You know, nobody can throw a party like a Bajan,
That's
we
right.
say. And there's something here for everyone. You know, if you're coming here to support a family member who's doing the marathon, you are also enjoying the whole atmosphere. We have breakfast. There was yoga earlier. We have the performers last night. The beautiful sunrise this morning, and there's something for everyone. So it's really a action-packed weekend, and I've been enjoying every minute of it.
Yeah, and it's definitely an action-packed sporting weekend, because many people would have mentioned, Matt would have talked about it many, many times, the fact that the West Indies, and I'm sorry to bring up cricket here, but we are from the Caribbean, but West Indies completing a series victory against England at Kensington Oval on Saturday. They prepare for the first T20 on Tuesday. Joel, you were actually at Kensington Oval. What was the atmosphere like there?
It was a fantastic atmosphere, actually, in comparison to what we have here actually at the Run Barbados weekend. But certainly the fact that West Indies got over the line, certainly tipped the scales in the favor of the atmosphere at the Oval. So definitely it was fantastic to be a part of, in the same way that's fantastic to be a part of the Run Barbados weekend. Approaching that 2-hour mark for our runners at the moment, which tells us that very soon coming on to the Ermy-Bourne Highway, we're going to have Alex Akeza. But standing at the finish line, it is Cece. She hasn't run, but she stood in that exact same position, and she's grabbed all of those who has run. Who have you had with you now, Cece?
Okay, so we had St. Lucia, we had Trinidad, we had regional athletes, but now we have from Colombia, we have Vanessa. So welcome, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How are you feeling?
I feel great. It was such an amazing race.
And this was not the only half marathon you did. You did another activity as part of the marathon weekend. What other activity did you do?
I ran the Fun Mile also, and I did some short races for the preparation for this one. That was the main goal.
The main goal. And how do you feel? You know, you set yourself a goal and you've accomplished. So apart from finishing the half marathon, how do you feel actually accomplishing the goal?
I feel amazing. I not only improved my time, but I was slower like in 3 minutes. So it was faster than I thought.
Okay, so one of your best runs so far?
This one is my personal record.
Personal record being met right here from Colombia to Barbados. And how do you find our island, Barbados?
It's amazing. The people is so kind, so warm, and they make me feel like at home.
Okay. Feeling at home in Barbados, and you have some friends with you as well, documenting the trip, documenting the journey. So wishing you all the best. I know you're going to go rest, as you said.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, some rest is needed, and your friends are here, so congratulations, and I'll let you go celebrate with your friends.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Traveling all the way from Colombia to be right here in the 246, to be right here in Barbados. Certainly from all parts of the world, all parts of the globe to participate in a Run Barbados Weekend 2023. We've just passed the 2-hour mark in this year's marathon and half marathon. Of course, in the background of Cece's interview, you got a chance to also see a couple more runners make their way past us to what is the finishing line right here at Barclays Park. But yeah, certainly just wonderful once again to just see it all come together. You understand the level of planning that has to go into a weekend like this, the amount of research, the amount of volunteers, and certainly want to say thank you as well to all the volunteers who are currently on the route, handing out water to our athletes, handing out those fruits as well, handing out those gel packs, because this type of event would not be possible without them. To all of those who are working here, a part of the production crew, everything, certainly bringing us these pictures. It's fantastic to have everybody involved to put on a weekend like this, and certainly once again, you just simply cannot imagine what a Run Barbados weekend can grow into as we go through the years. This is the 40th staging of Run Barbados, and it certainly did start where we are in terms of the numbers, in terms of the scale, in terms of the type of event. So just imagine what it could be down the line. We're getting pictures of what is the movement towards the finishing line here at Barclays Park. You're seeing the cars, you're seeing the people, you're hearing the cheers as well in the background. It tells you that you're almost there. You're approaching the finish line. Congratulations to you. You are going to get yourself a medal, because every person that crosses that finishing line will be getting a medal in this year's Run Barbados. But Cece has got somebody alongside her. Cece, it's back over to you.
Okay, so I know over the weekend we've been hearing a lot of the athletes talk about they're running with their gym partners, they're running with friends, they're walking with friends. But one thing that has remained consistent through most of the activities is that we've heard the name BAR. We've heard athletes, BAR athletes, who came together to do the Run Barbados Marathon Weekend. So with me I have George Griffith, the founder of BAR, do it all. You're like, yeah, you're a big team, but you are the lead for the BAR. So explain to the people what BAR is.
Well, BAR is short for Barbados Adventure Race, and we're actually more of an obstacle course race than an adventure race. And we've been growing steadily over the last 5 or 6 years. Now we have World Championship qualifying, but it's just a fun way to come and express your fitness. So we have athletes trying to get to the World Championships, and we have athletes who are coming out on the course just having fun as a big adult playground.
Okay, so as someone who actually does an event here in Barbados, how important is sports to Barbados, to tourism, to obviously, you know, our athletic community and attracting people to come to Barbados? I know we have beautiful beaches, but there's something else, right?
Absolutely, because throughout the Caribbean, there's beautiful beaches everywhere. So having a race like Run Barbados on the island, which is the premier running event in the Caribbean now, and having events like Bar Race, so people can come down and have an experience that's different to the one they have at home. You know, world-class events, we're not dumbing it down just because it's in the islands. World-class events, but in a location that is really spectacular, great people, great things to do. Outside of the race, you have to come to Barbados and do one of these events.
Okay, and lastly, how do you feel when you see your BAR athletes taking on a 5K, 10K, half marathon, full marathon? How do you feel?
I feel very proud, actually. We call it the BAR Tribe, and the tribe is very strong. They all support each other, so after BAR was finished, we're out doing training runs together. And next year, we move into June, which will give us more time and more space to actually train properly for Run Barbados. So BAR Tribe is going to be here next year with a full takeover of Run Barbados.
Okay, so the BAR Tribe, you heard it here. So maybe that tribe is the one to be. So maybe watching you guys, okay? And they're going to be training all year.
We start training in January, we finish our race in June, and then we got 6 months to be a Barbarian Running Club takeover Run Barbados.
I like that. BAR Tribe, Barbarian Running Club. So thank you so much, George. And I know you're going to go cheer on some more of your athletes who are going to finish up the half marathon and the marathon behind us. So thank you for joining us, and Barbarian. We're going to be Bar Fit.
Thank you, Cece.
Well, that was Cece and George. George mentioned the fact that he trains several athletes out there. And one athlete that he has trained that has decided not to partake is sitting down next to me in Chelsea. Chelsea, is George disappointed that you're not out there?
Oh, goodness. Probably. He has been my strength and conditioning coach for a number of years now and has supported me throughout my career. And he is, in my opinion, the best trainer in Barbados. He runs BAR, which he was just speaking about, and he trains a couple of runners that did this. And we have a plan, Joe. Next year, I actually want to do both. I want to compete in the BAR event that is going to be in June. And I think I want to run Run Barbados next year. Maybe the 5K, maybe the 10K. I don't think I'm going to go after the marathon so soon. But we have a training program in place, and watch for me next year.
Oh, dear. You see, I was listening very carefully to the selective words. We have a training plan in place, so AKA, look out for me. It's coming.
Yes.
I am definitely going to be looking out. I actually myself also considered, being a part of bar, but I maybe find myself at bars more often than anything else. The bars where you get a bit of a sip of a beverage. But yeah, back on screen are those athletes who certainly have not been at a bar any time soon. They have been on the road, they have been training, and they have been getting ready for this. I remember thinking back to that interview with Nicholas Romani. He talked about the fact that, after this now, he's going to de-stress. He's going to eat whatever he feels like eating. He's going to drink whatever he feels like drinking. He's going to just, kick off the heels, as they say, and just, get into what is a by far more comfortable routine for him. But certainly, it must not be an easy feat at all to be a part of even just the training routine for something like this, which is why it is, I guess, a little surprising to hear when an athlete says, hey, I did this for fun. It's like there's nothing fun in running a half marathon, at least for me. But definitely, no, this has to be, what is the thing that gives them the joy, I guess you would say. We heard Darren Matthews mention the fact he won't just test himself, or he might not come back next year because he's, ticked it off his list. And you can understand things like that as well. For a few of our athletes, it's a case of, I have always wanted to be a part of at least one race in the Run Barbados weekend. As long as I tick that off, hey, that's it for me. You wonder what the next challenge might be. Maybe the walking race, because that's just something a little more easy for them. But yeah, on screen here, the pictures of beauty, the pictures of finishing here in Run Barbados, and all of them will be guaranteed that Run Barbados medal, that elusive prize almost to hang somewhere in the house, to tell you that I came to Barbados and I ran and I finished on the East Coast this year, 2023. This man, though, he's certainly going to finish sometime very soon. 2 hours, 8 minutes coming up on the clock. Alex Akeza, he is looking as breezy as the sunrise here on the East Coast, guys.
Yeah, 2023, the 40th staging of this event actually started out with just 2 events, the Bridgetown 10K, as it was known then, and the marathon, actually conceptualized by a bunch of friends who then would have pitched this, or the BTMI would have seen, or Barbados Tourism Authority as it was at the time, would have seen this event and said, hey, why not do this bigger? 1983, the first time, and that featured a champion from Australia, Rob de Castella, who would have broken the world record in the marathon 2 years earlier. So to have him then, we saw that stars wanted to be at Run Barbados from the inception, from its conception. So we'll see for years to come, it has grown into this beautiful event, an entire weekend of marathon running, different events, 6 events. It could probably go to 9, who knows?
Yes, I hope so. I hope it keeps getting bigger and better every year. And going back to what Joel said about a runner's intentions, I was looking at some of the interviews of the runners and the runner stories, why they're doing this event, and they spoke about how much running gives them in life. Yeah. A sense of well-being, a sense of mental health. Just putting on the running shoes, going for a run, letting them de-stress, letting them get into a good groove, and it's really such a hit of dopamine when you do cross that finish line. So it's incredible. I have to give a shout out to one of my friends who just finished the half marathon at 1 hour 53 minutes. He started training 3 weeks ago, if you can believe that.
Wow.
But he loves running. He loves training. It gives him a great feeling, a great sense of well-being. And he said, you know what? No, what better way to spend my weekend than down here at Run Barbados?
So Chelsea, now that you would have mentioned that you're interested in doing this event, how does that help with your surfing?
Goodness. Well, I think it would be a great cardio program for me with surfing, especially in competition. We don't have to surf for 2 hours, not this long. Usually my heats are about 25, 30 minutes. But as George would tell me, strength and conditioning, lifting weights is really important, but the cardio is really important as well. And you know what I think I could learn the most from running is the discipline, is the mental toughness, the mindset that you need to have as a runner, especially a half marathon or a marathon runner. You have to keep going, one foot in front of the other. And it's a lot like that in surfing. There's a lot of variables, you know, we are dealing with Mother Nature. Just as they have variables with the headwind and tailwind, we have it as well. So just pushing through and making sure you have that strong mindset to overcome these challenges.
Well, guys, we're approaching, let's say, 2 hours, 11 minutes on the clock. Still a couple more competitors coming in behind us. You hear the words finish strong, and that's what all of them want to do here. But I think it's time to take a quick break, guys, but certainly do not go anywhere. More Barbados, Run Barbados action coming to you very soon.
was a blessing, of course. You know, that's what we say here in Barbados. The rain came down. Yeah, you're seeing glorious sunshine there. The rain is starting to, but the sun's trying to peek out there, Chelsea. It wasn't a hot morning to start, but the athletes was surely, if they were a little bit dehydrated, would love the fact that the rain came down and they didn't need to really drink water. You see how the road is wet now, but that would mean that they will have to adjust their running style just a little bit.
Oh, yes. I think they are welcoming this rain, welcoming the cool down, the showers. It came at the right time. You know, we're just over 2 hours in, and they might have to maybe take smaller strides, you think, so it's not too slippery. But I know this road is pretty good either way. But I think that Alex is probably very happy for this downpour.
Well, look at where Alex is running now. There was no rain there at all because the road still looks dry. He looks a little bit. So I'm pretty sure that he's not aware that the rain would have just poured down this side. But yeah, if you can see that some runners are still making their way down to this line to make that loop around and go back up for the marathon. But Alex looks comfortable. He looks as if he's going to finish here in no time flat. But you can just look far down at the top of your screen in the mountainside. You can see that area is where the rains are, where we are. But where Alex is a little bit drier and lush. But it looks like that's a wonderful picture there, Chelsea.
Yes, and we have to be grateful for this rain, and that is why it looks so lush, so green on the East Coast. It's a beautiful part of Barbados, and yes, we are very grateful for this rain.
And of course, if you are familiar with how nature works, anywhere that there's much greenery as there is on the scenic east coast of Barbados, there's going to be lots and lots of rain. So, and especially because of the cattle wash beach, you have Bashable Little right now, so the waters as well embrace the rain style. So you can see that the half marathon runners are still going along there quite nicely. That's where the road is paved, newly paved. Of course, I would have mentioned that Finn Armstrong would have wanted something like that implemented last season. So we can see that his request did not fall on deaf ears. And all of our athletes this time around, Finn is not here to enjoy it, but they definitely are enjoying it.
Absolutely, and I hope they've brought their swimsuits because we are right next to the ocean. They've already got a little bit wet from the rain. They can jump straight into the ocean, cool down, wash off, get a bit, have a sea bath, and then come back to enjoy the action and festivities.
Yeah, so we can see Alex there, comfortable in front and in charge, making it his way down. Just about 2 hours 20 approaching. And yeah, we talk about the routes though. We're on the East Coast, but we didn't always start here, of course. The 10K, as it was at the time when the old half marathon actually would have started from Bay Street Esplanade and then run up north, passing Carlisle Bay, where a lot of our shipwrecks would have happened. You know, a lot of nice coral reef down on that side. So Barbados is not just full of lush greenery, but also lots of blue, lots of reef, lots of marine life as well.
Absolutely. If I was telling a tourist that came to Barbados what to put on their list, besides the East Coast, besides Farley Hill, Barclays Park, besides Soup Bowl, besides learning how to surf, I should say, I would say definitely check out Carlisle Bay. We have the shipwrecks on Carlisle Bay that you can scuba dive, that you can snorkel, go on a catamaran cruise, especially at sunset. It's beautiful. Swim with the turtles, be able to feed the turtles, and enjoy that sunset on the West Coast. We are the home of the rum, you know, and so you can go to Mount Gay Distillery.
That's right.
You can try our famous rum punch. I was talking to some of the SportsMax team from Trinidad earlier this week, and they said Barbadians are very passionate about their rum punch.
That's right.
And we are, because we know it's the best in the world, best drink in the world. So a lot to experience here in Barbados.
Yeah, and of course, when we talk about that old road some more, we would have gone through Bridgetown, passing the Bridgetown port, running on Princess Alice Street, and then on to Spring Garden, which is now the McDonald Blendman or the Mighty Grinder Highway. Chelsea, we are talking about Barbadian culture at this point. The Mighty Grinder Highway, formerly known as Spring Garden. You ever been on that road for Kadooment?
Of course. My first year was when I was 16 years old. I did Kadooment and I loved it. What is unfortunate for me is
At
that
16?
usually, at
Wow.
16 I did it.
You're
Unfortunately,
pretty mass early.
August is when I have most of my events.
Yes.
So I had to beg my mum, who is also my manager and
Right.
travels with me to the events, please let me book a ticket a little bit later to this event because I want to jump with all my friends. I want to experience crop over. It is such an exciting time of year, and I loved jumping that first year. I actually only did it once because of the events, but I was able to jump that first year, and the next morning, 5 a.m., I was flying out to an event in California, wobbling through the airport. My hips were so sore from jumping, but crop over is definitely an event that you need to experience here in Barbados for sure. It was such a fantastic event.
Yeah, well then, in 2020, of course, the COVID pandemic hit, the dreaded COVID pandemic hit, and then we had no event for 2 years. That year, 2020 and 2021, as we see another half marathon athlete approaching the 2 hours 22 minutes on the clock. Yeah, so that well done to him. But yeah, we would have seen the reintroduction in 2022 last year. Another female athlete there. I wonder who she's representing.
The man that we saw before is Matthew Noel. He is Barbadian.
Yeah.
Coming in at a time of 2 minutes 22. I would be very happy with that time. Yeah. I tell you that.
I would be too, trust me, if I could run it. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been active in sports for quite some time because, duty calls, SportsMax as well. But yeah, and we go back to the routes. 2020, no event. 2021, same thing. Last year, though, we saw a rebranding kind of for Run Barbados. And we are now on the East Coast, which is popular not only for surfing events, but also for the fact that it used to be our venue for our Soca Monarch event years ago. And then after that Joes River tragedy, of course, back in 2007, the following year, 2008, it would have been switched to Bushy Park and to Fard Hill, and then for a couple of years, and then to Bushy Park, where we are now, where we were up until Botanical Gardens came.
Yes.
So many places in Barbados. So I guess they wanted to just bring back life to the East Coast, to the scenery, because we can't let this all go in vain. I mean, this is beautiful, one of the most hidden gems of the country, and a really good way to bring tourism back to this side of the country of Barbados was to introduce the Run Barbados Marathon on this route.
Absolutely. Even though we are a very small country, a very small island, we sometimes only drive 10 minutes from our home.
Yes.
10 minutes there and back. Anything longer than that, is too far away.
Too far.
Maybe some of the locals don't venture down to the East Coast very often who live in Bridgetown. And that's why I love to tell my friends and bring visitors to this side, because it is so spectacular. It's beautiful. Yes, it may be a bit of a drive from Bridgetown, maybe 30 minutes, but it is so worth it when you think of the picnicking at Barclays Park, Farley Hill. Think of the rock pools, even the cave pools down by Bashaba, and some of the restaurants like Sand Dunes, Seaview. You can't get this anywhere else. You can't get the sunrise on the East Coast anywhere else. So it really is a beautiful part of Barbados, something unspoilt, rugged. The hiking here in the morning is amazing. I've done it a few times up to the Sleeping Giant, up Chalky Mount, and that is one of my favorite hikes, especially the one along Bath, from Bath to Bashaba on a morning is incredible. You kind of follow the old train tracks. You're right along the coast, right along the ocean, getting that sea breeze, and it really is a beautiful place to come hiking. Joes River as well with your family, having a swim and watching the marathon weekend.
Yeah, Alex still on his way approaching the Ermyborn Highway, and you would have seen that rainbow there in the back. Of course, that's an indication that the world will not be destroyed by flooding again if you're a biblical person. But Ermyborn, that highway named after the first woman to be elected to the House of Assembly in Barbados, 1951. She was a part of the Grantley Adams administration, Barbados Labour Party, who are ruling the nation again. Kudos and big shout out to our Prime Minister. And that road was named after her, that entire highway. And the Sleeping Giant there, he's sleeping, all the action is going on, and he's unaware.
I'm sure he's keeping the air out, though.
Yeah, which is what they would want. Of course, the half marathon runners there, of course. And you can see some of the walkers now making their way back, trying to get their walk in. And of course, they would have gone that way, but they're now back this side here, finishing their races. So just 5 kilometers or 5K for the walk. But the half marathon runners coming in steadily. Some of the marathon runners are now making their way back as well for the first time to make that loop. Alex, though, he's on his way to victory.
Yes.
2 minutes, 26, 2 hours, 26.
He's sensing the finish line. I know he's on his last lap here, and he's feeling really good. I'm glad to see how much energy he still seems to have, and we're probably going to see him in what, a few more minutes?
A few minutes. And because of the conditions, he was on track for that 2:35 mark that he would have run last year, but because of the conditions, the sharp shower that we had not too long ago, it seems he has slowed down just a bit, but I'm sure that he would be satisfied with what he was en route to produce.
Yep, as I said, with surfing, there's so many variables with Mother Nature. Running is similar. The rain, the wind, the different tracks. So you have to plan what you want to do on race day, but you also have to be flexible and know that be ready for anything.
Yeah,
and I'm sure that he is very flexible and can adapt to all conditions because he's done marathons all throughout the world.
Yeah, and we've seen some familiar faces throughout the entire weekend. That's because some of the athletes are taking on challenges. See another runner here. That's Michael Yard. He's 66 years old.
Wow.
And yeah, he's doing
He's
a
completing
good
the
job.
full marathon
The
this
full
weekend.
marathon, yeah. So we have people of all different age groups. Last time around, we had an athlete who was 87 years old. 87 years old. I don't see her this time around. 86 years old, rather. She's from Trinidad and Tobago, Ruth Monroe Fraser. Ruth, if you're watching this, good morning or good night or wherever you are, hello to you and thank you for gracing us with your presence last year. She's not here this time around, 86 years old. She was probably 87 this year. But
I'm sure she's still running, though.
pretty much.
Keeping her young.
Yeah, so that's just testament of what is attracted here, who are attracted to this event. All different ages, from we've seen as young as 15 years old winning a 5K yesterday, and now up all until 60, 65 years old plus, 70 plus. It's a really good thing.
Well, I think that's just another reason to start running and training for Run Barbados next year, is that I want to be running this event when I'm 87, or maybe let's not be too ambitious. 66 is it
No,
would
you,
be a
you
very
can be
good
ambitious.
job
That's
as well.
fine. You can be ambitious. That's totally fine with
But
me.
it must keep them young, that's for sure. Keep them disciplined and keep them healthy mentally and physically.
Yeah, and of course, it does help with keeping yourself sharp at that age. A lot of medical practitioners, a lot of medical experts, because they don't have to be practitioners to be experts, but they would advise movement, mobility, exercise to ensure that you keep as young as possible at that ripe age. And of course, that mature age. But Alex is very, very close. We can see him approaching 2 hours, 29 minutes on the clock. Maybe, just maybe, he may elapse that time of 2:35 just a little bit, but we'll see. He's on track.
I'm silently cheering for him. Let's
Silently.
go, Alex.
Yeah, and he looks comfortable, looks composed, a little bit winded, yeah, but yeah, I don't think he's much fazed by the conditions there. The tick on his chest, and he looks good. That water bottle, though, he's been hanging on to that water bottle for dear life.
Yes, absolutely.
I haven't seen him drink it, but it's there. I guess it's the comfort to his mind or his regime. It's all about running your own race. And yeah, I mean, the conditions there, he looks as if he's picked up speed a little bit. Remember when he just approached the wet road, he took some time to relax, getting his feet a little bit more comfortable under the surface, because he would have been running on some dry land before, and the software that he's running, he will need to get himself acquainted. You see another marathon runner there making her way back down for the first time. So yeah, the average time, like I would have mentioned earlier, 4 hours and a half to finish this event. So about 2, that's the average time. And the professionals like Alex, or semi-professionals, would finish about this time. So the race is just getting started, really.
Really, I know. I can't believe it. They're all doing so well, and there the water bottle goes. He's ready for a new bottle as he comes towards the finish line. We are cheering you on, Alex. What an incredible feat this morning.
Yeah, I wonder how the walkers are doing because they would have gone the opposite direction heading towards Basketball. You can see that's where we are, Barclays Park, a wonderful place as well. And again, the Chill and Breeze restaurant right there, that yellow and green building.
Yes.
And yeah, so many people here enjoying the festivities, enjoying the entertainment, and enjoying the atmosphere.
And the sun has come back out just for Alex to finish. And I know the spectators are looking forward to seeing him cross that finish line, looking forward to cheering on everyone in today's race and enjoying the whole atmosphere. So we are having a good morning this morning.
He's actually a very famous, a very popular character here is Alex. Everybody, I've seen him take tons of photos, even if they don't know him personally, they know of him because he has quite the reputation here. They want to get a photograph or a moment with the winner from last year. I mean, it is really good when you can see the camaraderie between so many of these runners, because a lot of them they actually know each other. And those who don't know each other, when you see them interact, you will believe that they know each other for years.
It's true. It's a really beautiful running community here and in the Caribbean. Alex is a beautiful personality, a great mentor for, I know, the younger runners. Like we saw Isaiah's 15. He's running with Alex, and he gives a lot of time to his fans, to his supporters. You know, I don't know what I would be doing after a marathon, but I definitely wouldn't want to be talking and taking photos. But he gives us time, gave the SportsMax crew time yesterday, the BTMI team. He's taken photos with all the young kids, with all the older fans. He loves the atmosphere, he loves the excitement, and he is a great personality in the sport.
Yeah, and he has a really good relationship with the two Trinidadian athletes, including Nicholas Romane, who would have won the half marathon a little bit earlier. A really good weekend for him as well. But it just, I must admit that Alex Ikesa from Kenya, a great character, one phenomenal athlete, and I'm really wondering why we haven't seen him more on the world stage, but he's making do with where he is. And of course showing his class, because class is everywhere. Class is not temporary, it's permanent.
Absolutely.
And you would know that yourself, being a class athlete.
Yes, he really is spectacular, and I'm happy to see him with the younger generation and with Nicholas Romani. As you said, he had a perfect weekend.
Yeah.
First in the fun mile, first in the 10K, and first in the half marathon. We see him just across from us on the stage getting his medals, and it's really incredible to see him come out, to see the world-class athlete that he is, coming from right here in the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago.
I see lots of the walkers now making their way back, and the half marathon runners continue to trickle in. So really good. Look at that shot there of Barclays Park. And this is another place too where picnics are held very often, not only at Farley Hill National Park, but we also have Barclays Park here, right across from the Cattle Wash Beach. Another place too where lots of cricket is played. Well, it used to be played, at least when I was here regularly, for a long time. So we stand by now with Cece, who's on the ground. She's been doing fantastic work for the entire morning, for the entire day, for the entire marathon weekend. Cece, who do you have for us?
And here we are, finish line, start line. We have 65-year-old Noel from Barbados, who has finished the half marathon. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually. Legs a little tired, but upper body feels pretty good.
Okay, so tell us about how you're doing with your fitness. But we're going to turn around right now because we have Alex, who's making his way in. We have our marathon winner. They're going to unram. Here we go. The crowd is cheering for Alex as he's making his way in. The undefeated Alex, indeed, our marathon winner here, the Run Barbados Marathon Weekend. So let's go back to Noel. Really, Noel, you got to see what the finishers. So your finish, how do you finish strong?
Well, during the last 2 or 3 kilometers is where I try to put on the burst of speed. I've been running regular pace throughout the race, but in the final kilometers, try to put on the burst of speed.
Okay, so how long have you been running half marathons, 10K, 5Ks?
Well, actually, this is my first half marathon. I ran a few 5K. I ran the 10K in the Run Barbados last year. I thought that I would up my game a bit and try the half marathon this year.
Okay, really lastly, really quickly, anyone who wants to take up running, what's your advice? At any age, what's your advice?
Yeah, I would say running is a sport you can take up at any age. You can by walking, and then intersperse it with a little running, and then you end up running, and then you surprise yourself at what you can accomplish.
Like doing a half marathon, so congratulations to you, Noel. And of course, your first one right here at Run Barbados Marathon Weekend. So we have more finishers coming up. And I think we're going to go find Alex in just a little bit, our marathon winner. So thank you, Noel.
Thank you very much.
Well, 2 hours, 35 minutes was the time on the clock, unofficially by my eyes, for Alex Akeza. Absolutely amazing performance from him. 2 hours, 34 minutes and 5 seconds was what he did last year. So just, I guess, a couple seconds out. And we just wondered whether or not the weather, whether or not the headwind might cause him to run a slower time. But a couple seconds off certainly do not do any damage to his reputation, do not do any damage to the type of performance that he put down here today. We talked about the words that it was controlled, he looks relaxed, it was commanding. I want to come to you guys in terms of your thoughts on how he ran today.
Well, I think it's incredible to understand his consistency. I mean, a few seconds off of last year's, that is incredible. It means that he has never stopped training. He trains through the year. He said hard work never stops. That's what he said yesterday. He really enjoys this challenge, and he looked strong from start, middle and finish. He did really well, and he had all different kinds of conditions. The sun was out and then it was raining. We have a bit of a stronger wind this morning. He started in the dark, now the sun is up, and it's a bit hotter. So he's dealt with a lot this morning and has come in with a really consistent time.
Yeah, I think Alice's race was well composed. He was a pace setter with Nicholas, but then he realized that, he had to go on and leave Nicholas. Nicholas obviously only competing in the half marathon, so he needed to set the pace for himself to ensure that he could keep up with the time that he wanted. Obviously, from the first split that he ran, 1 hour, 12, 15 minutes, it was obvious that he wanted to go faster than 2 hours, 35 minutes. But obviously, that downpour that he didn't know happened, and that he would have butt up on the wet road, obviously would have played some part in him slowing down a little bit. But at the end, he finished strongly after adjusting to that. So yeah, well composed, a show of class, and of course, why he's the defending champion.
Yeah, sorry, not just defending champion, but just to put it into perspective for our viewers, 3 times is what Alex Akeza has done in terms of being the champion here of the Run Barbados Marathon. Back in 2019, he won it for his first time. Then obviously that break because of COVID came back last year, the first time on this route here on the East Coast. Comfortably took it, as I mentioned, in 2 hours 34, and now here in 2023. His number 3 title for Barbados Run Marathon, or rather Run Barbados Marathon champion. Honestly, it is an incredible feat, and you just wonder, will he be back next year to go for number 4? Will he be back the year after that for number 5? Or will somebody come and eclipse him? We see the likes of the young Trinidadians who are there as well. Romani, he's really shown up. He did the half marathon this time around. Will he be going in to the marathon, offering himself as a challenger for Alex Akeza? You just wonder. But yeah, look at it here on the screen. Absolutely fantastic. That one bottle of water is what I believe took him through the entirety of this race. They're splashing it around. A couple sips is what he took on the race. Once again, the fact that just over an hour or so is what it took for him to take on that first set of fluids, then to take on the gels as well. But overall, he certainly did not look phased. And the thing about him is that I saw it last year for myself as well. He runs straight through the line and continues on his very leisurely jog to also do his cool down. We see quite a few athletes, just break down the line, and it's understandable because, hey, they have put their bodies through an absolute test. But it really speaks to his conditioning. It speaks to all that goes in to his work, and here is that moment, taking the tape once again here in the Run of Barbados Marathon. There he is, giving thanks for what was an absolutely brilliant run. And there's that clock, 2 hours at 35 minutes, and I think I saw 30-something seconds on it there in the screenshot that we just saw in terms of when he crossed that line. But honestly, he deserves all the accolades that he's about to receive, and I am pretty sure that at some stage we're going to get a chance to have CC chat to him as well. It'll be interesting to see what he talks about this year, whether or not he gives a little comparison in terms of what happened last year, his thoughts on the subtle changes in the road, his thoughts on the conditions, because I don't believe we had a downpour of rain in terms of what we had last year as well. I believe obviously the wind was there. It's actually a lot cooler as well this year in comparison to last year at this time now as well. So it'll be very interesting to hear what he has to say about the road, about the conditions, and I guess just about the entire mental experience that he had to endure this time around in 2023, but once again being crowned the champion. So congratulations to Alex Kayser, the winner of this year's Run Barbados Marathon. It'll be interesting to see who comes in at number 2 this time around. Last year, it was Yusheng Ni. He came in 3 hours, 7 seconds. I don't believe he's competing this year. I don't remember seeing his name on the sheet, but I'll have a chance to look at that again. But yeah, also interested to see who might be the first female competitor. I do remember that Felix from France, she was 2 hours 54 minutes last year. But coming back to the present, it is a CC. Who do you have alongside of you, CC?
Okay, so I have with me the acting CEO of the BTMI, Mr. Craig Hines. Not only are you here wearing the BTMI hat, but you're also wearing the Run Barbados Marathon Weekend hat because you just completed the fun walk.
Yes, I did. And thank you. Good morning to everyone. And this is a very lovely event. This is day 3 actually, because we started on Friday night. We had the fun mile. Yesterday we have those persons, you know, those running enthusiasts. They completed the 10K and 5K runs. We brought media and runners. We have seen a huge international contingent coming in. And today we have those persons who, you know, ran the marathon and the half marathon. But for me, I stuck to the 5K walk. I stayed within my range. We completed it. It was a lovely walk from the East Coast. You know, you got to see some of the things on the East Coast. We crossed the famous Joes River Bridge. We also went to Roundhouse Restaurant, which was on this side of the island, which is a different view, a different kind of environment, and that is what we wanted to achieve this weekend, and I'm glad we did.
Okay, and so this is the start. You know, you said you did the 5K, the little walk, right? Is this the start of your marathon career, do you think?
I wouldn't say so, and I definitely wouldn't say that it was a little walk, you know? For those of us who stay in the office a lot, we don't get out, I think that it's a good introduction. And I can tell you that next year for sure, I'll be training, and I'm committing now to running the 5K next year.
Okay, maybe I'll join you. We'll see how it goes. We'll train together and see what happens. We golf together, so might as well try and do a marathon or at least a 5K together.
Thank you.
Okay, anything you want our viewers to know, of course, about Barbados? You know, this is just many events on the calendar here that a lot of people, like you mentioned, press and international athletes and visitors come to take part in.
Yes. We also try to diversify our tourism product. Friday night was the first. We actually had night racing at the Garson Savannah, and we coupled that with a fun mile. It was the first, and it was, I would say, it was a very well attended event, and all those persons who attended had lots of fun. We have the Sailing Week coming up. This is in January. We have cricket going on as well. This we had last night, and West Indies won actually the one-day series with England, sorry. And we also have on Tuesday the first T20 coming up. So I think you can see what Barbados is doing from a tourism perspective. We're using sports tourism to encourage persons to come to the island and also have fun on the island while they're here.
Have fun indeed. And I'll let you go get your water, your banana, cool down a little bit, and more action as we still have more finishers for the half marathon and, of course, the full marathon happening right here.
Well, CC there having a chat. CC, is unfair that you called it a little race because for many of us that 5K walk would have been extremely challenging, you included. But yeah, certainly a fantastic occasion, as you mentioned, you know, just to be here on the East Coast, taking in the scenery, taking in the scenes, and taking in all that is Run Barbados Weekend 2023. A couple more competitors out there on the surface at the moment, making their way back towards us now. The bibs orange tell us that that's a half marathon runner. And he seems to be on the phone at the moment. I wonder if he's contacting maybe a bit of help to say, hey, I need some encouragement. And there you have it, holding hands and crossing the line. It does not get any sweeter than that, to be honest. And they look to be up in age in terms of the senior category. So you just wonder, how long have they been running together? Has this been, what brought them together? Because, sports also have love stories attached to them. So we talk about the friendships that are formed, but there's also loves that come out of being runners. So you just wonder, hey, have they been running partners for, let's say, the last 15 years? How many marathons have they run? Honestly, there's so many amazing stories that come out of a weekend like this. As you mentioned, somebody training for just 3 weeks and then coming out here and competing and crossing that line. It tells you, hey, you know what? Hey, if I could train for 3 weeks and cross that line, what could happen if I train for 10? What could happen if I train for maybe 6 months? Maybe if I train for a year, But honestly, it's absolutely fantastic. Just see what is on display, what's on show, and what they have to offer here in terms of Run Barbados 2023. So congratulations once again to every single athlete that's out there, every single person that has simply taken up the courage to be a part of any of the activities of the Run Barbados weekend, whether or not we start with the Fun Mile, whether or not it was the 5K race, the 10K race that we had yesterday right here on the East Coast, finishing up once again with that 5K walk, and a couple walkers still out there as well, having a merry old time out there. And once again, it's not a little race, that 5K walk, but yeah, and completing once again the half marathon and a marathon. A marathon runner appears to be on screen now, about to make that loop and go back out to what we're seeing on screen at the moment. Those pictures of the Ermy-Bourne Highway here on the East Coast of Barbados. A very lovely stretch of road that affords you the opportunity to just relax, affords you a chance to take some fantastic photos as well, especially as you go towards that sleeping giant. This side of the island also offers the opportunity for, I guess, a bit of a hiking experience as well. And I do know that some people also camp as well out on this side of the island. So much to do, so much on offer just here on the East Coast. But certainly it's been amazing just to be a part of it. We're approaching now 8:18 a.m. here in Barbados. On the clock, I see approaching 3 hours into this marathon and half marathon. We started at 5:30 a.m. with those two races. I know we guys were here from before that, so let's say we started from 4:30 or there about, but no, certainly still full of life, still full of energy, and just happy to be here. Guys, now a couple more runners to come in. If you happen to be out on the road at the moment, what will be your words of encouragement to them?
I think it's just one foot in front of the other. You've come so far, and you haven't come this far to only come this far. You've got to get to the finish line and think about how sweet that is going to feel, how sweet that Gatorade is going to feel, the water is going to feel at the end of the race.
And for you as well, like what thoughts come to your mind in terms of what type of encouragement will you be out there giving them?
Mine is really simple. Just keep running. Just keep running. Yeah, you've made it this far, as Chelsea said. Just keep running. It's that simple.
Well, certainly keep running indeed in the Run Barbados Marathon 2023. Started a couple of days ago, Friday night, with the Fun Mile at the Garrison Savannah. A package deal almost, you would have to say, coupled with night horse racing. It's something that's actually been introduced recently to the island as well. But honestly, it's been fantastic scenes all throughout the weekend. And behind us as well, you see a couple more persons starting to gather. I also do know that CC is going to talk to somebody very special very soon as well. Somebody that I'm truly interested in hearing, what he has to say in terms of, one, the strategy coming into this one. The fact that, hey, those 10Ks, that Fun Mile, those were, not necessarily his pet events, so the events to just get his body going, get his body moving, so that he could come prepared and ready, well oiled for the marathon that he just completed. I also want to, I guess, get a bit of an understanding, as I mentioned before, as to his thoughts on the slight adjustment in the route as well that we have for this year. But yeah, some lovely tunes blazing in the background. I know you guys had a chance to talk about the Crop Over Festival as well, and those are the tunes that we hear blazing all throughout what will be June, July, and August right here in Barbados. So if you're wondering, what is a good time to come to Barbados outside of December for Run Barbados, you can join us also in June for Crop Over. Maybe bring a dance move or two, because yeah, it will definitely come in handy depending on where you find yourself during the day are during the night. So definitely activities all year round for everybody to come and enjoy Barbados. We heard about cricket as well going on, and that's coming up. And coming up as well now is an interview with the winner of this year's Run Barbados Marathon 2023. 3 years in a row. Cece, let's hear what he has to say.
Third time's the charm. 3 consecutive years we have had Alex win the Barbados Run Barbados Marathon. So how are you feeling? Of course, you know, we came into this expecting big things from you, and you certainly delivered.
Yeah, it's such a great moment for me to be back here in Barbados. I want to take this privilege and opportunity to say thank you, to give my gratitude to BTMI for giving me another privilege and opportunity to be back to defend my title. And as you said, you expected a lot from me, having won and defended my title for the 3rd time. It's such a great, momentous time for me again to be back and actually having to win this race again in 3 times in a row.
Of course, you know, we were watching you live on the screen here, and we saw that you had such a significant lead in front of your other competitor. How does that feel? Because we did see you look back a couple times, but knowing that you were so far in front, did that give you an extra boost of confidence to keep going?
Yeah, coming here, I came here for serious business. I wasn't coming here for any mediocre kind of work. So from the start, I knew that I had to give my best, because there is no any other opportunity like today. Yeah.
And of course, no other opportunity like that in beautiful Barbados. So, you know, we've had you 3 times taking the medal. So what do you like about Barbados? What do you like about this event that you keep coming back?
Yeah, Barbados in itself, I have I have it in my spirit and in my heart. It's such a beautiful mainland to be, with a lot of history in it, that once I'm here, I get inspired a lot, and it gives me another perspective, view, different from where I am from in Africa.
And of course, lastly, you know, I saw you speaking to some other athletes who did the 5K, the 10K, the half marathon, the full marathon, and you're a bit of a celebrity here. So what words of advice do you offer your fellow athletes?
I just will actually say, once you have an aspiration to run or to be a professional athlete, this is just business like any other business. It doesn't take a mediocre person actually to achieve significant results. So you have to actually know what you want, and if you understand that this is what you want and you want to be at the highest level, you have to give your best and do everything for yourself. Because if you're going to do for people, most of the times they are going to disappoint you if you don't actually satisfy their desires. So you just have to come in here and mean serious business. Go for it. Just be determined. Keep the focus and the consistency. And that's how you get yourself into that high level of success.
I think that's also true for life. So thank you so much for that, Alex. I know a lot of people are waiting to speak to you. And of course, congratulations once again. And we will see you at the podium, because you're going to go straight to the top once again. We have more action. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you here. A lot more action still to come right here, because we are still at Barclays Park finish line as we await more runners.
Well, he came for serious business, and serious business was completed. Congratulations once again to Alex Keza. Well, right here we take a quick break and come back with more Run Barbados action. Welcome back to Run Barbados 2023. This is finale weekend, finale day. Run Barbados marathon and half marathon, as well as the 5K walk. All here on the beautiful East Coast, and congratulations to you coming in and finishing that half marathon competitor 10:31. A job well done. Just approaching that 3-hour mark now. We are here on the east coast of Barbados. The sun now, it started relatively cool, but it's blazing hot here now as these competitors are making their way towards the finish line. Still a number of athletes out there on the race course, a mixture of both runners and walkers. Walkers would have taken on a 5K walk heading in the direction of Bashaba and finishing here at Barclays Park, and another lovely couple coming in as well. I must say, it is fantastic to see them coming in together. And I just once again wonder about the stories that they have in terms of running together, what they tell each other out there on the road, especially given that you might wonder, hey, what if somebody is just falling behind a little bit? What do I as the husband, what do I as the boyfriend say, or what do I as the wife say to just get them to keep going? But honestly, it must be a feeling of euphoria to be able to cross that line together. On screen, he certainly wants to cross the line in the marathon today. Still going at easy pace. Of course, we saw the first marathon runner come in Alex Keza, and he completed the marathon this year in 2 hours, 35 minutes, roughly 30-something seconds. We'll look to get the official time on that one. Just a little off the pace of last year for him, but it was interesting to hear what he talked about in his interview with CC, and the fact that he came for serious business. You know, it was a case of, sure, a lot of persons expected him to win, and he, of course, obviously in terms of experience, expected to win as well, but he was not going to relax and rest on that. He came to make sure he got a good time, and a good time he secured indeed. Still in the beautiful parish of St. Andrew, we are here in Barbados. One of 11 that we have as the sun now beats down upon us. And yeah, a little wave to camera crossing that 3-hour mark. Still nice to see that he's got that thumbs up going. Still see that, you know, he's still high in spirits on this path, because, you know, you heard a couple competitors talk about the fact that, hey, it was hard for them. And once again, when it comes to running, this is one of the few sports, there are a few, that it's really and truly all down to you. It is all down to you being in your head and getting yourself to keep going. There are quite a few sports out there that, you know, if you're having a bad day, you have a teammate out there on the field, you know, somewhere around you that's able to tell you, hey, you know what, don't worry, I have your back in this, I'm going to help pull you up. But when it comes to something like this, especially distance running, where for majority of the race you're going to find yourself alone, there must be something deep inside that gets you to take over, that gets you to keep saying, hey, I'm going to keep going, I'm going to keep running, because, hey, this is why I'm here, this is why I do it. So to get that feeling of crossing the finish line must be absolutely special for them, and to get that Run Barbados medal as well, because every single finisher in this race will be graced with that medal around their neck. She's checking the time, and I can tell her that it's now approaching 3 hours, 3 minutes or so on this route on this lovely sunny Sunday in Barbados. But yeah, guys, honestly, it's absolutely fantastic. Once again, just to be here, just to be embracing all that is the Run Barbados Marathon weekend, which I know you guys will be embracing next year on the road, and I'll be commentating on you guys running. But yeah, a lovely chance to see them loop and meet a couple more athletes as well. I'm just wondering if any of you recognize which part of St. Andrew we might be in at the moment. I'm more so from the town side. And I know, Chelsea, you surf this side, but you don't surf on the road, so I'm not sure if you might be to help me in terms of what community we might be in at the moment.
Goodness, I am no help. I usually don't go that far north. I stick down to Soup Bowl.
This looks like Sherry Village, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like Sherry Village.
But what
you know, it's just to build on your point, Joel, about wanting to finish this race. It's all this. That's where the mental toughness comes in. When you're by yourself and you're running and you look left, there's no one there. Look right, still no one there. It's just you in your head. That's where that mental capacity, that inner fortitude would come into play, and you show how strong an athlete really is.
I agree. I think something that would be so important during this long race is the positive self-talk.
Yes.
And the belief in yourself that you can cross the finish line. Positive talk. Keep going. You might have a little niggle in your ankle, in your knee. You might be feeling tired, but you have to say, just keep going. just keep going, you can do this. And I'm sure a lot of the preparation for this race was also visualization. I do that a lot in surfing.
Yes.
I'm going to visualize myself surfing, and they will be visualizing themselves running this race, crossing the finish line, how they feel, what they're thinking, you know, and how good it's going to feel to cross that finish line. And that thought will keep them going, keep them strong all the way to the end.
Yeah, well, I think this is the female in the lead for the marathon. We're still yet to see the first female. We're actually still yet to see the second place finisher. So we have a lot still to come for this marathon. Remember, I did say 4.5 hours. That's the average time. We know that last year, the first female finished in about 2 hours, 54 minutes. That time has long gone. So we're seeing this athlete here. I think this is the first female athlete, the female front runner. But she looks strong. She looks good. She looks as if she's channeling her inner mental toughness so she can make it to the finish line.
Yeah, she certainly is, and it really speaks to, I guess, the quality of the run last year from Felix from France, you know, the fact that she was the first woman, but not just the first woman, but she was the first woman in 2 hours, 54 minutes as well, especially on a course where many were saying that it was challenging to run on, not just the outside conditions now, but just the surface, etc. So it really spoke to the quality of the run that she had last year. And I believe that George, who was here with us last year, also really highlighted, you know, the quality of the athlete that was Felix from France last year, being the first female competitor in under 3 hours in the Run Barbados Marathon 2022. Well, we're heading upwards towards 3:10, 3:15 or so, and we're going to start to see a couple more runners start to really come towards, I believe the second male came to the line in just about 3 hours, just over that in the Run Barbados Marathon last year. So it'll be interesting to see where the second placed finisher this year is. Once again, 50% more in terms of capacity, in terms of those who have signed up to be a part of the marathon and half marathon today. So those are good signs for the BTMI and for Barbados on a whole, just in terms of the tourism product that we have in the form of a Run of Barbados. But those pictures that you're seeing at the moment, that is where we're situated at the finishing line, the start and finish right here at the beautiful Barclays Park in Barbados. The breeze is still with us, but once again, the heat has really begun to rise as well, and that will be another factor that really bears down upon our runners, because we started, as we mentioned, at 5:30. It was relatively breezy, and there we can hear the cheers as another half marathoner comes in strong, and it really gives you that extra boost at the finish line, just to have everybody gathering around you. And I love the fact that the runners haven't really, you know, separated and gone too far, but they've stuck around and they've chosen to just encourage those who are coming in after, especially given that we know that quite a few of them are friends, quite a few of them are training partners. But yeah, it's just lovely to see all that is happening here at the finish line on the route of Barbados, Run Barbados Marathon 2023.
I agree. I think it's such a great running community here in Barbados and internationally. No, everyone's sticking around. They're cheering on their fellow competitors. And I think it's great.
Oh, well, once again, just that lovely overhead view of right where we are in terms of the finish line. A chance, as you mentioned, also, Chelsea, for a few runners, as we see there, to make their way onto the beach,
yes,
to get that little beach therapy as well. How much of an impact, how important is that part of the therapy?
Well, I was speaking to some runners this morning, and they were saying that Epsom salts was their best friend, you know, after the race. You might not get Epsom salts right here, right now, but you have the ocean, you have the salt water, and I'm sure there's no better feeling than soaking your legs, soaking your whole body in that ocean right after a big run. And I really have to commend the BTMI for the event that they've put on. Like you said, we have the 5K walk, the fun mile, the 5K run, 10K run, half marathon and marathon. So there really is something for everyone. There is a starting point, like you say, for the 5K walk, and then maybe you're going up to the fun mile to then do the 5K up until the marathon. It's really a wonderful, inclusive weekend for everyone, and I've been really looking forward to seeing the turnout, and I am really proud of what we have been able to put on this weekend. I'm really proud of each and every one of the runners who have turned out in their colors, in their training gear, and with their support and their family. It really has been a spectacular weekend.
Yeah, the athlete here that you're seeing on your screen now, that's Matthias Genezueski. He's from Germany, and he's also a part of the 65-plus group, actually at 65 years old, and he's doing a really good job there. And yeah, it just speaks to not only do we have local older athletes, we also attract them from across Europe.
Yeah, certainly fantastic. As you mentioned, to have athletes from all around the world. We saw Poland. I saw an Irish flag in the background at one stage. We had an interview with somebody from Colombia. We had Alex, who was from Kenya. We had the athletes from Trinidad and Tobago. We had some interviews with persons from St. Lucia. So yeah, definitely representation all around the globe. But right here on the shores of beautiful Barbados, he could possibly actually be the second athlete in terms of positioning in the marathon at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see once we get back to the Ermy-Bourne Highway who is that second athlete. But he's actually looking extremely strong at this moment. The clock approaching 3 hours and 10 minutes into what has been the weekend closer for Run Barbados 2023, the half marathon and marathon. A couple more persons outside of the shops, etc., just taking on the action and encouraging as our athletes come towards us here. It looks like he's asking for some water. Maybe where is the next water station? There it is. He's got that fluid in hand. Throws it all over himself. As I mentioned, the fact that outside is beginning to heat up a lot more now, and especially at the start of the race, we would not have seen many of the athletes in the cooler conditions already throwing a lot of that water onto themselves. But here now, in the heat of the East Coast, and there we have finishing strong in the end. And I believe that is Colombia as well, the flag of Colombia. So yeah, from all across the globe, they have come to be a part of this very special weekend, this very special set of races back out towards the fields and hills of Barbados. Things looking a little grey on those ends, a little grayer than where we are at the moment here at Barclays Park. You just wonder if we might just maybe get another sprinkle, another shower as another half marathon runner casually making his way. He was one of the athletes that decided that he's going to carry his fluids on his back. And once again, we're looking at a lot of different strategies from our athletes here at Run Barbados 2023. Before the end of today, guys, I'm going to ask you a simple question. Give you a chance to think about it. Should you have had music on this trip, what would have been your song of choice or your genre of choice to get you through the marathon or half marathon? You have some time to think about it, guys.
We'll think about that. Let's
yeah, because for me, it would have been soca. There's absolutely no doubt about that one to get me through, because I certainly could not have gone through my thoughts. And more cheers behind us again, and hugs and smiles. And this honestly is what it is about, the fact that, you know what, you've put in the hard work and you've come here today and you've been able to execute. There are tears of joy, tears of love, tears of happiness, tears of completion on their faces. It must be an absolutely electrifying feeling just to have started and completed this Run Barbados Marathon. And not just that, to have your support with you as well. Those who have really been encouraging you on the journey as well, from your first training day to right here on match day. And CC now has a chance to talk to that athlete coming in from Colombia. Coming in, yeah, so very soon we're going to get a chance to talk to CC right there. But yeah, certainly I really would love to hear who has also come along with him as well, CC, so if you could ask him that for sure. But yeah, go ahead, CC, it's your turn to have a chat with one of our athletes.
Okay, so I know we spoke to Vanessa earlier, but you have your teammate here with you. What's his name?
His name is Sebastian.
Okay, so how are you feeling? That was such an emotional finish. What was going through your mind?
It's so exciting because it's a dream for me. It's the first time when I run out of my country, and for this is the best experience for me.
Okay, so we saw you emotionally embrace someone. So who is there cheering you on at the finish line? You had your biggest fan.
She's my wife.
And she's your biggest fan, right?
The love of my life.
And she seems so proud of you capturing this moment. So what does it mean for your family and your friends to be here in Barbados?
¿Qué significa? ¿Sí? Es a... inexplicable.
You can say it in Spanish.
Inexplicable. It's an experience that we never imagined can canine life.
Okay, so I know that you have your entire team here. Your wife is so emotional and so proud of you, and so are we. So Vanessa, thanks for bringing your team down. And of course, I hope we see you again soon, and congratulations. And what a beautiful moment with your very, very supportive wife and your family and friends here. Thank you.
What an emotional moment indeed with his wife and the love of his life. His first time running outside of his country, and he came right here to Barbados to do the Run Barbados half marathon. He completed it, and at the end, he was embraced by those who have been all along the journey with him. So many interesting stories once again coming out of this fantastic weekend, this fantastic occasion. Back out onto our racetrack at the moment, scenes of one of our half marathon competitors. She's, I guess what you would say, into a leisurely stroll at the moment, 3 hours and 15 minutes into it. But the mere fact that she's still out there and still going must honestly be amazing for her. Here's somebody with, I guess, with a little more pace to her movement at the moment. I can't see her bib, so I'm not sure if she's half marathon or marathon. But in those clothes, she's looking very colorful coming down the east coast of Barbados. Those pictures tells me that she's back on to the Ermy-Bourne Highway at the moment. In fact, those look like her shoes in her hand. So it appears as if she's had a very hard time out on the track. You never know when it comes to the shoe side of things, whether or not, you know, maybe one shoe gave away during the race, maybe a rubber sole gave away from her. And there we have the shots of her socks coming down. And I'm pretty sure that those socks are doing the hard work at the moment. Might have a few holes in them by the end of the race.
Let me tell you, though, the fact is that a lot of these athletes are not only enduring heat from the sun, but they're enduring heat from the road as well. So a lot of them are comfortable running in their shoes. They might run a little faster. They might feel a little bit more comfortable. As you can see, some are even walking, and that's fine because what you have to do whatever it takes just to get to the finish line. And 3 hours, 15 minutes, they've been running most of that time. A lot of people here can't even run 1 hour. Probably you and I included, Joel. But they're doing a really good job, a fantastic job, and they're looking to finish very, very soon.
I could maybe get an hour on the treadmill. You never know. Maybe on a good day. Maybe on a day after Sunday, not including Monday. But yeah, having what is now at this stage, you know, I guess a breather in between what maybe her burst towards the finish line. And see, there we go. Those arms are swinging. It's all about, you know, keeping those arms going because that's all a part of the momentum here. So yeah, at some stage, we probably do expect she might pick up that pace again as she comes towards where we are here at Barclays Park. And behind me, I can see that tape going up, which tells me that somebody is coming towards our finish line.
That's our first female finisher.
Our
She's
first
on her
female
way.
finisher in this year's Run Barbados Marathon 2023. Congratulations to you, competitor number 54. A job well done. 3 hours, 16 minutes on the clock for her. In terms of her name, it is... in fact, our competitor from last year, from France, it is Felix Hira. I'm going to attempt to make sure that I get this last name pronounced correctly. Hira Miren Antosa. I believe. I hope I did that
like a really good
last
job.
name.
That's a good attempt.
Yeah,
That's a
she
good
in
attempt.
fact ran 3 hours last year. I said I didn't see her name on the sheet, but here it is. Competitor number 54. So she came first last year in terms of being the first female competitor and was also the second athlete to cross the line as well. This year also taking a very similar pattern. A time obviously just a tad bit slower for her this year, but certainly still a reward nonetheless. Completing this year's Run Barbados Marathon 2023 and successfully defending her title as well. So congratulations to Felix out there on the road, completing this year's Run Barbados Marathon 2023 in what has been, I guess, almost maybe a tougher time conditions-wise in terms of the element side of things. And I mentioned the fact that at some stage we might get to see this athlete, this competitor, pick back up that pace. She's going up one of those inclines that our athletes talked about, and she's getting that slow chip going on, increasing that momentum. I see some headphones in ear, so maybe she's getting that power music going on, that music that's telling her, push, yes, you can do it, push, yes, you can do it. But yes, certainly a wonderful occasion for all of our athletes here as she makes her way back towards Barclays Park here in beautiful Barbados.
America, and yeah, she is 50 years old. 50 years old this year. She was born in 1953. And yeah, so glad to see her here. So glad to have her enjoying the Run Barbados Marathon weekend, culminating with this fine half and full marathon. Yeah, what a fantastic weekend it has been, though, for sure. I mean, so many events, 6 events, up from what started initially as 2, then went to 3, now it's 6 wonderful events for an entire weekend of racing.
It is wonderful, and I love to see the smile on their faces.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves, and what Joel said earlier, you see a lot of couples, a lot of run-in teams, and I think that's so important. We just saw before the couple with the jerseys that said "just married." They planned their honeymoon to run a marathon in Barbados. I mean, what better way to spend your honeymoon than having a checking off a life goal or a goal like this. And it's really wonderful. I think it's so important to have that accountability, to have that not only a life partner, but a running partner that's in the morning. If you don't feel motivated, they're right there saying, come on, put on those running shoes and let's go. So it's been really nice to see the groups just motivating each other along the way, because as we've been mentioning, it's a lot of mental toughness. You might not have that positive mindset, that positive self-talk every second, but at least you have someone there to reinforce the positivity, reinforce the energy, and say, let's go, let's get to the finish line. And what better way to celebrate than with someone that's run along with you the whole time, as we see on screen.
Perfect example.
Fantastic.
There. Perfect example right there.
Yeah,
so
indeed.
yes, we've seen so many couples here, so many married couples especially. And yeah, like I agree with you, Chelsea. It's really good to have that partner right there by your side. You're running. You motivate each other. You tell each other, keep going, honey. And we'll make this together. And then it's a lovely story that you can have. If you have children, you can tell them, and then you can tell your grandchildren.
I'm sure they get a lot of life lessons as well. The trials, the tribulations, and the triumphs of running a marathon here in Barbados. So a wonderful story for the kids and grandkids, for sure.
Trials, tribulations, and triumphs. I guess that is actually the perfect way to sum up this day for a lot of our athletes. Trials in terms of the surface, trials in terms of the conditions, and triumphs in terms of crossing that line, getting your medal. And at one stage in terms of our pictures, you're able to see a lot of our athletes heading across to the podium. And that's what I also love about Run Barbados weekend, whereby usually that podium is reserved for first, second, and third. And at some stage later on today, we will officially get first, second, and third standing on that podium. But every single athlete that has crossed that line has a chance to stand on that podium, stand on top, and take their photo to remind them, hey, I was here and I conquered. I triumphed at the Run Barbados 2023. So honestly, overall, it is just an amazing package put together to that, you know what, hey, every single person is a winner here today. You're made to feel like a winner because of the crowd. You're made to feel like a winner because of the route. And you're made to feel like a winner because of the activities that happen after, whether or not that's music, whether or not that's the podium, or whether that's just us, congratulating you, because of what you've been able to do here today.
And furthermore, you may even feel like a winner because of the personal goals you set. And you achieve them. You may not achieve all, but the fact that you achieve something is really significant for you.
Incredible way to end off a year as well. We are in December. Everyone is thinking of their New Year's resolutions. Mine is to pick up running. But it is a fantastic way to end their holiday or end their year here in Barbados. And I do believe that each and every one of these athletes is a winner. And I'm so happy that everyone is taking photos up on that stage with their medal. It's fantastic that as soon as you cross the finish line, you do get that medal. You have that memory of the marathon weekend 40th edition here in Barbados, and I am proud on each and every one of these runners today. It really is a fantastic feat.
Yeah, should the BTMI put on a Run Barbados talk race, I will be there front and center. But front and center right now is Glorious Barbados, and hey, back to us, your glorious commentators and hosts. But yeah, Run Barbados weekend 2023 certainly has been amazing. Thank you as well to all the sponsors who have come on board as well, because this is not an event that can be put on alone. So certainly a lot of the corporate partnerships that we've had here in Barbados have come to the fore and allowed some of this to happen, and allowed also the presentation of prizes and medals to happen, which we shall go across to right now.
Alexandra Renard. Alexandrine Renard. Yes, ma'am. Third place right there. Yeah, female. What country are you from, ma'am? she's from France. So give her a good Belgian welcome for Barbados from all the way from France. Alexandrine Renard. In second place, Brittany Gaddy. Ah, Brittany. Second place there. And what country you from, ma'am? United States. Okay, I'll give you a hand. And the gentleman presenting the prizes is a former Olympian from Barbados. Was with a team called the Lions. And they represented us well. Did y'all make the semifinals or something? Make the quarterfinals that time. That was great. Made Barbados proud. First place in the female section of the half marathon. Open Katie Parker. And where is Katie from? Where is Katie from, ma'am? Where you from? Here? Katie's from here. Where's here? Barbados! Okay, we after you get your award and everything.
Well, on screen at the moment, first, second, and third in this year's Run Barbados Half Marathon. Congratulations to all of these ladies who truly have put in the hard yards and put in the hard work to ensure that they could be here. The winner of this year's half marathon, hailing from Barbados in the women's category. I believe it was Katie Parker, yes indeed, who was the winner this year. Congratulations to you, Katie, and congratulations to everybody else as well who would have competed. And look at those smiles. Honestly, the reward for being here and being a part of this fantastic weekend. All three ladies certainly deserve everything in those bags and all the claps and everything else that they have received this year. A few more awards and presentations to go. Of course, we have the half marathon for men coming up. Third place, Elvis Turner from Trinidad and Tobago just being announced. And they're hoping to find Elvis very soon. Yeah, from Trinidad and Tobago. He was third in this year's half marathon. Congratulations to him. It was interesting to hear how he talked about the fact that he was full of pride and beaming for Nicholas, who would have been the first place finisher. Second place, Darren Matthews from Barbados. He would have said that he just came to try it. He was more so into the 10K, and then the half marathon was a case of, okay, can my body handle this? Can my body be put through this stress? And clearly it can be, and he's achieved everything here. And first place from Trinidad and Tobago, Nicholas Romani. 3 wins for him in this year's Run Barbados Weekend Series. He started with the Fun Mile, took a win in the 10K, and now he's standing on the podium in all of his glory, winning this year's half marathon.
Yeah, we have a lot of athletes here from Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, they have a lot of experience in marathon running. The CARICOM Marathon held in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as their local marathons. So it's no surprise that many of them are here in Barbados because, sister islands.
Yes.
And it's just half an hour, sometimes not even so much, from Barbados to Trinidad and vice versa. So I'm no surprise that they're here, so many of them, and they're actually competing and dominating and winning medals.
Yes, I'm so happy to see our Caribbean brothers and sisters here dominating. But I have to mention, I'm very proud of our Bajans as well.
Yes.
Darren, second in the half marathon in the male, and Katie, first in the female, representing Barbados really, really well and making us very proud.
Yeah, in terms of those times for them, Nicholas Romani, he ran in 1 hour and 16 minutes to take that goal that you see him having at the moment. Darren Matthews, he was second and the first Barbadian athlete. He ran in 1 hour, 19 minutes, 32 seconds. And Elvis Turner, the senior to them, he's 43 years old. He ran in a time of 1 hour and 20 minutes to complete the 3-0 for this year's winners in the half marathon. The 40th staging of Run Barbados. a weekend that started on Friday with the Fun Mile and now ending with the half marathon and marathon. There's that podium just to the right of your pictures at the moment where you can see everybody gathered around them just to congratulate them once again, because they certainly congratulated them as they came through that finishing line quite some time ago, as we're now 3.5 hours roughly into this morning's races, which started in fact at 5:30 a.m. in much cooler conditions. But yeah, congratulations to all three of you gentlemen once again, Nicholas Romany, Darren Matthews and Elvis Turner, first, second and third respectively in the half marathon this year. And yeah, look at that camaraderie on screen. Well done, gentlemen. Well done as well to all of the other athletes in the half marathon. A couple persons starting to make their way back towards their vehicles, as I mentioned, the fact that we're now roughly 3.5 hours into the half marathon and marathon, and probably about maybe 35 to 36 degrees hotter than when we started this morning as well. Don't take that literally, but yeah, it certainly has heated up here on the east coast of Barbados, as a few more athletes will begin to make their way towards that finishing line just to the back of us. Still will be encouraged, and we're going to get Cece back out there into the heat of things very soon. Heaty, Cece, no need to run, Cece. You've been walking all morning long, but yeah, you've been doing a fantastic job. So thank you for those interviews, Cece. But yeah, honestly, just amazing to see those flags fluttering behind us and to see the spirits of the athletes fluttering as well. Honestly, quite a few of them still out there making their way through the parish of St. Andrew once again. They started here, made their way towards the likes of Bell Plain, through the likes of Shorey Village, towards the bottom of the Morgan Lewis Windmill. A chance to see those images through our tour guides in Chelsea and CC a little earlier on our program. And once again, thank you to you ladies for that. And taking us on a tour also towards the likes of Bathsheba, which our 5K walkers went on as well, towards the likes of that Joe's River Bridge as well. Just honestly a very important landmark in Barbados. It had a bit of a restructuring done to it as well, and it's really just a perfect photo moment as well. So if you're wondering where can you take a photo on the East Coast, Joe's River Bridge is that spot. Then make your way towards just a little further up Bathsheba side, pause by that rock. Trust me, you're going to know what rock I'm talking about when I say pause by that rock. But yeah, a few more awards happening now on stage at the moment for a few more half marathon runners, and full of pride, full of joy, and full of smiles for their hard work. Certainly a lot has gone in just to be here, whether or not it had to do with funding for them, whether or not it had to do with simply the resources in terms of the coaching, all these different things that we don't see when we're here at the final stage, but behind the scenes all play an important role of ensuring that our athletes could be here. That funding especially is so important for a lot of them in terms of getting those flights, getting those accommodations, even just having to feed themselves and get around while they're here. So yeah, certainly a lot goes in behind the scenes. So the rewards are certainly deserved for all of these athletes for showing up here and putting on those fantastic performances, all a part of the Run Barbados Marathon Weekend 2023. Once again, also congratulations, or rather thank you to the sponsors who you can see behind there on that board, because without them, something like this would not be possible, and going forward, it would not be possible without them as well. But 3 hours, 32 minutes into this year's Run Barbados Marathon, and there they are, standing aloft, held high in what is a moment of a glory, a moment to be remembered for both of them on that podium of Run Barbados 2023. Rick Williams will be next to the podium. Next placed Barbadian finisher in the half marathon for Run Barbados 2023. Congratulations to you, Rick. A job well done to you as well, young man. Certainly kept his pace quite well out there on the course. We had a chance to talk to him as well. He was really still full of energy by the end of it, and he is really showing there, to be very honest, just in terms of how he is up top that podium and being congratulated. Joshua Hunt will be alongside of him on the podium as well, the next fastest Barbadian finisher in the half marathon. Needs a little help to get up on to the podium, and you can understand those legs must be tired because they've put in a lot of miles out there. They have done their job. His legs have done the job today, but yeah, he still has enough strength, enough energy to be up there. And of course, the first and fastest Barbadian today in the half marathon was Darren Matthews, a competitor, as we mentioned, was not necessarily interested in being a part of the half marathon, but hey, he said, you know what, let me decide, I'm going to put myself to the test. Will we see him next year? Based on his interview with CC, I highly doubt it, but hey, Darren, congratulations to you. Certainly have done yourself well. I saw you also there alongside friends and family at the end of the race as well, and I know that they certainly must be proud of you and the job that you have done. And hey, maybe they might encourage you to be a part of next year's Run Barbados Marathon, just to say, hey, I took on the half marathon as a challenge. Maybe my next challenge up from here would be that marathon. But yeah, certainly once again, congratulations to the fastest finishing of Barbadians in this year's half marathon. It's just nice to also see once again that Barbadian participation in the half marathon and the marathon.
Yeah, definitely. And Joshua Hunt is actually a really popular young runner here in Barbados. I actually heard a lot of people asking for Joshua exclusively yesterday to do interviews, to do a lot of talking about the event, hyping up the event, because he's very popular here. You can see Rick looks like he's wearing an elite development shirt there, one of the clubs in the Caribbean, and one of the clubs that produces a lot of long distance runners. So it's a good look here. So the clubs are represented here. Of course, the track season is coming up. Track and field season is coming up. So this is what many people would use as a benchmark. Chelsea would have seen Jonathan Jones on the list. I don't think Jonathan is here, but when we were talking, we were discussing it, we said it's his off season right now. He would want to gauge where he is. A lot of 400 meter runners, 800 meters, they just want to use a marathon to get their fitness up and, of course, strategize on how they will run.
I wonder if it was him who entered or a name like that has the same name as Jonathan Jones. But this is definitely the off season for them before they get ready for next year and an Olympic year.
Yes,
it is in August, Paris 2024. So we're looking forward to seeing our Barbadian athletes in the track and field represent us proud over in the Olympics.
Well, we saw the winners from today. Let's take a look back at the winners from the previous events held in this weekend's Run Barbados Marathon weekend. This is yesterday, and that's young McIntyre up there on the podium. He was also a winner in 2022 as well, so fantastic to see him up here again. We mentioned the fact that we had the Fun Mile, we had the 5K run, we had the 10K run as well, and these are the pictures there. I know you recognize that young man, Nicholas. He has been on that podium time and time again. Alongside him as well is Alex. So yeah, these are the faces that have really and truly made Run Barbados Marathon Weekend 2023. Congratulations once again to them. And we're back live now here on the East Coast with another one of our marathon runners, and she's now getting that little impetus into her stride, picking up that pace one by one, two by two. They all get you towards that finishing line, which is right here at Barclays Park. Yeah, still quite a few runners out there on the course, and in fact, another half marathoner seen behind us, but out there on the field, it really is, as I mentioned, that very difficult task of having to encourage yourself, get those bursts and those moments that tell you, okay, this is my chance to go up this little incline with a little energy. It looks to be a slight slope that she's heading up at the moment. Once again, we're in the parish of St. Andrew, this very lush, unspoilt, untouched gem in Barbados. Pictures there heading across the roundabout and towards the St. Andrew Parish Church, which, if you get to that point, tells you that you're almost at the finishing line. Just around that bend, you will find your way onto the Ermeybourne Highway, and then maybe about another 10-minute stretch from there, you will find yourself at the finishing line. But absolutely gorgeous. You simply cannot get enough of the visuals of the East Coast, and once again, a fantastic job by the organizers in deciding to come up to this side of the island. Not that the other sides of the island aren't beautiful, but there's sides of the island that have been talked about time and time again. When visitors come to the island, you always say, you know what, hey, head to the south coast, head to the West Coast. But you just wonder, what would happen if we talked a little more about the East Coast? And this is exactly what is being done at the moment. I'm certainly sure that a few more persons will not only be coming to run on the East Coast, but will be coming to stay on the East Coast. And staying on the East Coast at the moment is Cece. She has been planted by the finishing line, and she has a few runners and maybe a supporter with her. Cece, let's go to you.
And we are still here at the finish line cheering on those who are still crossing because it is such a festive occasion. And before I get to the gentleman on my left, Matthew, I'm going to talk to you, Kevin, because I saw you first. Hard to miss you in your bright colored pants, but you are from Ireland living in Barbados right now.
Yes, I live on the West Coast and I am enjoying Barbados and especially enjoying it today. And I think you've done a wonderful job, Sissy, with the commentary and it's just super fun.
Now, I know we were talking throughout the entire morning and you came down from the west to the east for one very specific reason and you stood at this finish line for a while, not too long, don't worry. You stood at this finish line waiting for your friend.
Yes, for Matt to come, and he has arrived, and he's an amazing runner. He has run North Korea and Boston and Berlin, and he's done them all. That's only a few of them. I can't remember anymore.
Okay, well, Kevin's here, so he's going to tell us, though, so don't worry. So, Matthew, congratulations. How does it feel to be in Barbados after having run all those different marathons all over the world?
Oh, it's lovely. That's actually my second time in Barbados. I did the last year. This year was slightly different because it was a little bit more challenging route with a few uphills, but I really enjoy it. It's lovely atmosphere here, as usual, so I really love it,
So did Kevin invite you down for this event?
Obviously, yeah. He invited me last year, he invited me this year, and he told me that I have to come the next year also, so I can't wait.
Okay, fantastic. So we're making plans for 2024. So Kevin, we're going to make a plan, okay? We're going to have a cooler, our chairs on our umbrella, and we're going to set up base camp here while Matthew runs.
Do we not have that already here? I mean, this is disappointing. This is not working well.
You didn't bring this stuff.
I did.
Oh, well, he didn't invite me then. So Matthew, comparing this marathon to some of the other places you've run, how does Barbados compare to these other places?
It's definitely much hotter, So it's lovely. It's beautiful landscape around here, So most of the marathons are in big cities, So it's totally different. Here you are really enjoying the nature, So you're enjoying the Caribbean music. So it's really lovely, The heat is pretty hard, So for me, I live in Ireland, there's slightly cooler than in here, but I love it anyway. So.
Okay, and lastly, what makes you so passionate about running marathons?
Actually, that I can push myself harder, I can challenge myself harder, and that helps me in my life also, so to never give up, to keep going. Yeah.
A life lesson here once again. I think that a lot of runners use that for life as well. When you hit that wall, you still got to keep going and going and going. And next year we're going to best this time, right?
Obviously, I try my best, So I would like to invite everybody to come to Barbados, to do this lovely marathon next year.
Okay, well, Kevin, thank you guys so much, and I know he has drinks somewhere in a cooler for you. So
don't tell anyone. The crowd will be around the car. Thank you, Sis.
Thank you, guys. All right, so we're going to go back to the team at the top. So thank you.
Well, that was Matt from Ireland. He was second in the marathon, came in at a time of 3 hours and 23 minutes. Also during that interview, you had a chance to see somebody coming in behind him as well. It was another marathon runner, the third male, in fact, coming in 3 hours 41 minutes. He was from the USA, and it's Tin Pham. So our top 3 marathon runners in terms of the male category have all crossed the line. We're roughly heading towards 3 hours 45 minutes now in this year's marathon. But it was interesting to listen to that interview from Matt and the fact that he talked about the other marathons that he's run around the world, and he specifically focused on the fact that, hey, they run deep into the city, so you're seeing a lot of building, a lot of structures. But as he came to Barbados, his second time running it, it's all about the landscapes, it's all about the nature, it's all about the Caribbean music as well. And I think that's also what adds the very unique flavor to the Run Barbados Marathon weekend as well, whereby you also include the elements of culture that go along with the scenery that we're seeing. And he also mentioned that heat factor, something that we knew was always going to come into play, especially now at this kind of time. We're looking at 9:13 a.m. At the moment, and certainly it is heated up a lot here, especially given the time that we started at 5:30 a.m. Honestly, I came here in a sweater because of the wind, because of the chill, and then the rain. And that's the other interesting factor in terms of the body's adaptation to the extremely cool temperature of when that rain hits you, and then to the point where you dry up, and then you're actually going back into a heated phase as well. So honestly, wants to get a job well done to all of the athletes. And happy to hear that Matt said, you know what, I'm coming back again next year. And that is certainly the perfect advertisement for a weekend like this, whereby you can have runners who have really gone through the hard, toiling nature of the course, who have enjoyed everything about it, say, you know what, I'm coming back just to experience it. And because of that, somebody else might come back as well.
I mean, I like the fact that this is not only a staple in sports, but a real reflection of how sports tourism can work and build a nation. Well,
the most interesting scene there is that she was walking into a fuel station almost to wonder if she might need to refuel.
Yeah.
You know, it's so interesting. And that thing is like, that can only happen in the Caribbean, where but you have an outlying gas station somewhere in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Not that St. Andrew is nowhere, but you know, there are not many gas stations in this parish, so few and far between. And that is her refuel stop. Honestly, it all adds to the flavor of what is the Run Barbados weekend.
That was definitely interesting to see. But just moving on with my point, it's something that we need to really take seriously in the Caribbean, which is sporting tourism. We have so many talented athletes, and we attract so many world-class athletes to this part of the world that we really need to delve into this industry, see what else we can do. Run Barbados is just tip of the iceberg. What we can do is we bring that entertainment element. We have so many great Caribbean sporting events. We have CPL, we have West Indies cricket, we have so many, we have football, of course, not only at the senior level, but at the junior level as well. These are things that we can look at, explore, sit down, come up with solid plans and execute them and ensure that we can build our economies through sports.
I completely agree, and I think that's what the BTMI has seen and wants to capitalize on, because we have something very special here in Barbados. We've now heard from a few visitors how much they enjoyed the course. They enjoyed the scenery, you know, the backdrop of the ocean, of the sleeping giant, of the trees and nature, instead of going through cities. And from my perspective, being a surfer with Bashaba just down the road, Soup Bowl is one of the best waves in the world, and we have a professional high-level WSL competition here every year. And I'll tell you what, when the visitors come down to do that event, they say it is their favorite event of the calendar. We have such a special spot there in Soup Bowl. It's an incredible wave. It's everything that a surfer wants. You have the lefts. Sometimes you got the rights all the time, some barrels, and a really brilliant wave. And I'm so happy that the BTMI is a sponsor of that as well. And we heard from George earlier, who runs the bar event, Barbados Adventure Race. They're happening every year, and I know that a lot of visitors come down for that as well. So we definitely have a unique product here in Barbados, and I'm glad that we are starting to capitalize on it and making it a big calendar throughout the year, because you know the visitors from the UK, from the US like to come in winter time to escape the cold, but we have something happening all through the year, with crop over in August, the bar race in June, this happening now in December. It's a full calendar.
Yes, indeed. And talking about a full calendar, those athletes out there have to have a full calendar for them. We saw the scenes of one of our marathon runners, I believe the second female marathon runner, making her way back towards us here at Barclays Park. But I just wonder if anybody else is curious, and I wonder if our cameraman has stayed at that gas station, because I would love to know what she has purchased from the gas station, not to be malicious, but you know, you just wonder, because, okay, there's water on the route, there's some fruits on the route, a couple of gel packs as well. So I wonder, you know, what else is she adding to her strategy here to help her get to the finishing line. So I just wonder, you know,
my guess is ice cream.
Something, you know, whatever it takes to get you over the line. Actually, is that even legal in the race to be able to, you know, make a stop in the gas? You know what? Everything is legal here in the Run Barbados weekend in terms of what it takes to get you to the finishing line. But yeah, it would absolutely be amazing to see, you know, what she actually resurfaces from that fuel station with. But resurfacing at the moment here is our second female competitor in the marathon. She is still looking strong, and what I also love to see is that she's smiling, she's bubbly, and she's making her way towards us here at Barclays Park. We're roughly now approaching what might be that 4-hour mark, just on the verge of 3 hours 50 in the marathon. But yes, certainly still looking as if she has what it takes to get her towards that point that you're seeing now at the moment, what we might want to call the promised land almost, the place where all athletes want to end. And you certainly don't want to see anybody, you know, having to be stretchered back in or anything like that, because you understand, you know, what has really gone in to put on a performance like this, and what it means in terms of the pride in self, etc., to get themselves over the line. So I also know a lot of them are also running through the cramps at the moment. They're running through the pains. We saw one female athlete running barefoot, and I know because, hey, her shoes have decided to give up on her.
Wow.
And one of, I must say, probably one of the older competitors that we have in the marathon at the moment, number 41. He is making his way as strong as ever, coming towards us here at Barclays Park. So young, old, and in between, all a part of this year's Run Barbados Marathon Weekend 2023.
And as Alex said, it's serious business. You really have to look after yourselves. The athletes have been doing a great job at that, making sure they stay hydrated at those water stations, having their packs, and making sure that they've got their fruit along the way. So it's been excellent to see that they still have smiles on their faces. They're doing whatever they need to do to get through this long race. Here we've got 3 hours and 49 minutes into it, and we've got another half marathon finisher, another female smiling and happy to cross that finish line. What a feeling that must be.
Honestly, what a feeling indeed. I don't think I could possibly begin to describe what it means to each of these athletes, especially, as I mentioned, given what has gone in to it for them, and given probably what they have gone through out there on the route, because once again, you know, it's a slight change to last year's route in terms of the direction that they're heading. Well, they headed that direction last year, but they've gone even further towards the likes of Farley Hill, etc. And last year we had a chance to run down towards the likes of Bathsheba, where our walkers went this year, and they talked a little more about the inclines that they had to endure. They talked a little more about these strong headwinds that they had to endure. So certainly just the fact that they've all been able to endure that and find themselves back at where they started, honestly, it must be the best feeling on the inside for them, that, you know what, no matter what happens for the rest of my day, no matter what happens for the rest of my year, it doesn't matter. It will not compare to what I just experienced running on the east coast of Barbados in Run Barbados Marathon 2023. He's now at what you might say a canter at the moment. Or in fact, no, this might be the canter here.
Yes.
So this is the canter. He was at a walk, but absolutely no shame in it at all, because once again, things are heating up. It's grueling out there. It's really just about the ability to endure today. And I think that's the real theme of Run Barbados. Sure, you will have your winners. Sure, you will have those who will stand on the podium. But I think it's really just about that endurance factor. The fact that, you know what, I have come, and as you mentioned, I have conquered, you know, that triumph feeling at the end. But certainly she is striding in that, I believe, to be that polka dot
I love
attire.
it.
Oh, absolutely love
Very
it.
fashionable. And as you say, there is so much that we can learn from marathons, from running. You know, it's a long journey. It might be a painful one. It might be a stressful one, a tough one. But you can cross that finish line and be proud of yourself. And in life, we're going to have those trying times, those hard times. We're going to have to go through difficult things. But if we can have the mental toughness that these runners have to push through the pain, to push through when you don't want to finish, when you want to stop, and hit that finish line and get these endorphins and that great feeling, that triumph. It really is fantastic, and I'm so happy to see that she's got some support on the road as well. You know, you cannot do this alone. You need the support, you need the community, which we do have today. We saw some cyclists with packs and fruit along the way. We see everyone coming and cheering. I saw some babies even out at 4 a.m. today, some mums, dads, some sons and daughters. Everyone has been out to cheer them on, because we all realize what an incredible feat it is to finish this half marathon and this full marathon today. It's really inspiring and wonderful to see.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm just wondering if that was actually a volunteer or a runner, because it looked as if it was a runner that she stopped on the route and they exchanged something. It appeared to me as if it might have been a runner. I was like, you know what? That is what you love to see out here on the Run Barbados Marathon Weekend, whereby, you know what, hey, we might be competitors, but at the end of the day, we're all in this together. And if I have something that you need on the road that's going to help you get to the end of things, I am willing to share that with you. So just to give our viewers an idea of what our runners had to endure today, we all started right here on your screen at Barclays Park. And then we headed north towards an area called Belle Plaine in Barbados, and then we went towards the bottom of Chalky Mount, and that was the first turn of the route. From there, they went towards the bottom of Farley Hill, which is a fabulous spot where you can picnic. Well, there was simply no picnicking today. It was all about the running, all about the energy. They then made a left towards Shorey Village and then towards what you could almost call the base of Morgan Lewis Windmill. They then came back through Shorey Village towards Bell Plain and back to us here at Barclays Park. And they pretty much all ended with the smiles that you saw just now on camera as well. For our marathon runners, they did that, what I described there in terms of that route, they did that twice. And this gentleman on screen with that thumb up, he did that twice. He's having a good time out there. I'm trying to read
number 40,
the shirt.
Fraser King from Great Britain.
Fraser King from Great Britain. Number 40 looks to be in that 65 or so plus category, maybe that 50 plus category out there. Still in good spirits, still in good strides as well. Yeah, he's looking quite strong, coming towards what will be a fantastic finish for him and a good feat. And there's one of those inclines that we talked about where you have to just get a bit more energy going up. Those polka dots probably just adding the inspiration to get over that slight hill that she's experiencing there, coming through the parish of St. Andrew, coming towards us here. One of the marathon runners, in fact, quite possibly could be maybe the third or fourth female at the moment in the marathon run at the moment. Congratulations once again to our female winner from France, and Felix, and she crossed the line in 3 hours 16 minutes today. And there we have the ease now of the decline. So it's really about using your energy, I guess, to get up that incline and then just decelerating almost and conserving your energy and allowing the slope to take you down and do the hard work for you. A smart race tactic that would be. But still going well. Almost 4 hours in.
Oh, great energy.
Hands aloft, hands held high. Certainly nothing easy about what he's doing out there at the moment as the morning continues to heat up here in a beautiful Barbados, approaching 9:30 a.m. Don't forget, we started at 5:30 a.m. So it tells you that, yep, that clock on screen, we're almost 4 hours in to what has been the culmination of Run Barbados weekend, starting on Friday at the Garrison Savannah, coming to the East Coast on Saturday. And you saw our winners a little earlier of the 5Ks and 10Ks, and then you saw your winners for the half marathons as well right here at the end of the weekend. All being brought to you live on SportsMax, the home of champions, and champions indeed each and every single one of these athletes are. We're going to take a quick break and come back very soon with more Run Barbados action.
Yeah, we're back here, Barclays Park, the 40th staging of Run Barbados Marathon Weekend, the final day of events, 2 marathons, half and full. Of course, we had the walk, the 5K walk, a little bit earlier. So, Cece, you have been on the ground, and I'm actually in your territory right now.
Yeah, I was going to say welcome to the start and finish line. And if you see behind us, we still have runners making their way through the finish line. And, you know, you have to applaud their tenacity, their stick-to-itiveness, because to finish and finish strong like we have this racer here, coming through, making her way through, a marathon winner, congratulations, welcome. Of course, getting their medals and making sure that they finish strong. And I think that alone, some people came to win and some people came to finish. So I think that's quite the accomplishment.
Well, I've been enjoying the vibe, not only from up there, but now I like it down here. It seems a little bit more comfortable. You've been able to talk to a lot of the athletes, a lot of their supporters as well. Just what's the kind of sayings, what are the people thinking about this event?
From an athlete point of view, one thing I learned, you know, in speaking to the likes of Alex and Luke and some other athletes and Matthew, they have the same philosophy. They take what they think of life and apply it to running. So, and when you're running a marathon or a half marathon, or if you're doing a 5K or a 10K, it's about pushing yourself to that next level. You know, when you think you can't, mentally, you have to be able to say, I can, and push past that. So I really, really take that to heart, and I, not just for marathon runners, but for life. You know, so many people came out just to have a lime, have a good time. Barclays Park, as you would know, is a very popular place for families, you know, especially on a Sunday, a picnic, you know, so a lot of people came out, had their coolers, their umbrellas, their snacks, just for themselves and also for their loved ones as they cross the finish line. So definitely a community family affair here at the Run Barbados Marathon Weekend.
Yeah, not only a family affair, but one of love as well. We saw so many couples there. Or could you see you running next year with your couple, with your other half?
Well, you know, I don't know why he put me on the spot on live TV. You know what? A year. I can see Joel and Chelsea laughing right now. A year is a very long time, so miracles could happen.
Who knows?
I have what they say they start training from January.
Yes.
So at least give me the end of this month, and then let's see what happens in January. So what about you? Will you be joining next year?
We don't know.
Not in the commentary team, on the ground here.
We'll see what happens. Chelsea and I are in deliberations about that.
I've been listening. Chelsea definitely has 80% committed to running. I would start what we had the CEO, the acting CEO of the BTMI, Mr. Craig Hines. He said he started off by doing the 5K today, the fun walk. So I think, you know, that's a good start. You got to start somewhere, and as one of the runners said, one step at a time.
That's right. And of course, you know, we do talk about the runners a lot, but the walk is actually really good as well. It's a really a time for family, people to just come, they enjoy themselves, take a leisurely walk, they enjoy the scenery, and of course they have a lot to take in.
The fresh air, of course, you can't beat that coming out here to the East Coast. You've got that sea breeze, that fresh air. And as a Bajan, as you would know, we believe that sea air and a sea bath cures everything.
Everything. not only us, but Caribbean people on the whole. But what about the entertainment, though? We saw Nikita last night, Lead Pipe and Sardis last night as well, Grateful Co. And we've actually not only seen them on stage, but on the road as well.
Yes, Nikita ran. Salt was the DJing as well. He spoke to us after his run, and he did the 10K, and he spoke to us. He did a quick change, grabbed some water, stay hydrated, and then he hit the turntables and provided some entertainment. We heard karaoke earlier today. I don't know if you could hear that.
I did.
We heard some karaoke. I saw Demi Yoga. There was a yoga demonstration for people who were here as well. So it really was, as you were waiting for your loved ones to cross the line, or even if you didn't have anyone who was running the marathon or half marathon, and you were just here for the vibes, there was something for you to do.
Let me ask you a question, though, Cece.
Another one? Oh, boy.
What's your favorite, well, let me be very careful because I don't want to put you out on a limb like that.
Okay.
We've seen many athletes cross the line so far. Which one has stolen your heart?
Definitely the guy from Colombia. You know, it's one thing, I'm sure you saw it on the screens, but being right next to them, his wife, I don't know if you saw her, she was in absolute tears.
Yeah.
And it was just such a proud moment. It was his first time running a marathon outside of his home country. And to me, that is a moment that stuck out a lot because just that support, you know, and again, he was not a finisher in terms of podium, but he finished and he had the support of his wife and the other athletes from Colombia. That, and of course, speaking to Alex, you know, his lesson about this is serious business. So even though he had such a significant lead, he did not let up. He didn't say, okay, well, let me just win because I'm going to win anyway. He took it seriously. So those are the two moments for me that stood out.
All right, 40 years. We are almost at the end of it, the 40th staging of the Run Barbados Marathon weekend. Well, we're on the ground here.
Yep.
We'll stay alone here as well. But for now, we'll take you back upstairs to Chelsea and Joel.
Well, Chelsea, there was a lot of banter there about who's going to be running what and who's going to be running what with who. And I think they were trying to throw us, towards the bus end of things in terms of, hey, we must be competing. And, it's 40 years now, and if there's a 40-second race, I am there for sure. But honestly, Chelsea, overall, how much have you enjoyed Run Barbados Weekend 2023?
I have enjoyed every moment of this weekend, from the fun mile, seeing everyone coming out with their glow sticks, with their costumes, with their Santa hats, and the horse racing in the background. That was such a fantastic opening event. And yesterday, the 5K and the 10K, having Luke McIntyre win the 5K. He was second last year, first this year, only at 15 years old, one of Barbados' best up-and-coming triathletes, training for his triathlons next year. Seeing Alex return, telling me that he's coming back until he's 100 years old to this Barbados marathon weekend. And you know what? I think we can do it. It's 4 of us. What about we do a little relay of maybe the fun mile or relay of one of the races, commentating along the way, trying to interview, some of the runners along the way. Something new for the broadcast next year, maybe.
I actually like that relay scenario because that allows me to run for the 40 seconds that I am currently referring to, but still running and going strong 4 hours in, okay? There's 40 seconds plus 3 hours and many more seconds on top of that, but 4 hours and 6 minutes in, and we have athletes still out there on that route, still running strong, still running hard. And I like the fact that we still have our volunteers out there as well, who, funny enough, have also been out there for those very 4 hours as well. So it's not been just a case of the runners out there for 4 hours, but our volunteers have been out there for 4 hours as well, putting in the hard work, the work that you don't necessarily see as well. And once again, just honestly, thank you to all of the volunteers who are out there passing on that water, passing on those bananas, those fruits, passing on all the gels, and also just helping also clean up the route as well, because certainly want to keep the route clean as well. So to everybody who's had a hand in making sure that the road looks as beautiful as it looks right now, we definitely say thank you to you on Run Barbados Weekend 2023. Another slight slope for one of our marathon runners at the moment. Once again, we've had an increase in runners, and that in itself has been fantastic to see a 50% increase in runners, and we can hope to maybe see, let's say, a 70 or a 50% increase in runners for next year and years to come. And speaking about runners, this pace has now picked up for competitor number 35.
Shelley Jones from Great Britain.
Shelley Jones from Great Britain, checking that watch. Yes, Shelley, you are still in good pace, still in good timing, because we are here to welcome you home with embraced arms, maybe with a towel, maybe with some water as well. We will definitely be here for you, Shelley. You've come a long way to be here with us, and we're very happy that you've chosen to join us on Run Barbados Weekend 2023. I wonder whether or not this might be Shelley's first, or whether or not it might be her 21st run of Barbados. But yeah, whatever number it is for you, we're happy to have you. She was keeping pace with our camera crew just now. She said, you know what, I've got to take a slight break here, and it's certainly understandable with all that's involved. And I see the colors, I believe that is a Grenada flag wrapped up in there. I could actually be very wrong, but I could also be very right at the same time. But yeah, competitors from all around the Caribbean, all around the world, all a part of this Run Barbados Weekend 2023. Another one of our marathon runners there, runner number 64 at the moment, who is out there still going strong. And once again, just checking that clock, and we go back to talk about running your own race, running at your own pace, and this is what the athletes out there have to do at the moment. Yes, we've seen quite a few finishers already. Another male competitor number 2 is Dwayne Burke. He's 41 years old, is Dwayne Burke here, running in the Run Barbados Marathon 2023, coming through what I believe is Shorey Village at the moment, coming towards our position here. So you're going to have to pass that St. Andrew Parish Church. You're going to have to come on to the Ermey-Bourne Highway. Another one of our competitors here in the Run Barbados Marathon, approaching now 4 hours, 10 minutes into the race. In fact, I'm wondering if this might have been the athlete that went into the gas station. I'm just wondering if this might have been the competitor that went towards the gas station. Oh no, it was another competitor. I'm still hoping that our camera crew was able to catch on. But yeah, still going strong, coming towards us here at Barclays Park. The start and finish line for this year's Run Barbados Marathon 2023. Once again, congratulations to all of the athletes. It's still nice to see that we have some support still alongside of that welcoming finishing line. And that support certainly is needed for our athletes. Still a couple flags flying there. I can see the flag of Guyana also flying in the wind at our finishing line. And flying in the wind as well is this athlete coming towards us. A bit of support for as well. Somebody cycling coming behind. Maybe a bit of encouragement. Or just somebody on their way to another part of St. Andrew. Maybe off to see a family member of something of the sorts. Now approaching forward 15 minutes or so into the marathon, and once again certainly cannot be easy given the temperatures out there at the moment. We were breezy and we were all cozy this morning, cuddled up in our sweaters, and now it's a case of we are all in fact sweating, and we're not even running, Chelsea.
I know.
So imagine them out there still going strong. Fantastic shots being provided to us by our production team and camera crew. Thank you to them as well for being out there on the road and bringing all these pictures to those around the world. The pictures of Run Barbados Marathon, the final weekend 2023, competitor number 38 of finishing the marathon in a time of
Andrew
4 hours,
from
11
Trinidad and
minutes.
Tobago.
Andrew Mike from Trinidad and Tobago, congratulations to you. 52 years old and competing strong in this year's Run Barbados Marathon 2023. Congratulations to you. He's still easing off. And the thing about it is that the amount of time that he ran, you might tell yourself that he would have collapsed onto the ground maybe, but no, he's taken a comfortable stroll off towards what might be the beach side, a place that we've said many of our athletes and competitors will go for that recovery and recuperation, to just, dip their feet into the sea waters, relax on the sand, hopefully have an umbrella to shade them down there as well.
Joel, you're talking about the heat, but I know we have a number of runners from Great Britain here. I wonder if they're thinking about the cold back home and that is motivating them to keep going and saying, you know what, I am so much happier here in the warmth, in the tropics of Barbados, compared to being at home in the wintertime, in the snow, in those -degree weather. I'm sure that they are even enjoying the heat and welcoming it today while they run this marathon.
I can definitely say that you are absolutely correct on that one. Having been at cricket yesterday, and it was stop day in terms of the rain, quite a few of the English supporters were saying, we didn't travel 8 hours for this. We traveled for the sunshine. We traveled for the tans. So I believe you might be spot on just in terms of the fact that they get to enjoy this absolutely tropical paradise here in Barbados. So to us, it's warming up a little steamy, but to them this is heavenly. This is exactly what they came for, to be a part not just of the marathon, but to take in just the tropical paradise that we have here. And once again, just taking the scenery as well, because for many of them who have run, as they mentioned, the marathons all around the world, these views are not what they get on the marathons, and probably this quality of air as well is not what they get on many of the marathons as well. So certainly a chance to appreciate Barbados in all of the beauty, and a chance to appreciate what the organizers of Run Barbados Marathon have put together here.
Hopefully they're being sun safe with their sunblock on and still absorbing those vitamin D, raising their vitamin D levels this weekend. It's really been awesome. And you know what? It really isn't too hot. We're next to the ocean. We're getting that breeze out of the east. It's really been a beautiful morning, and I think a perfect temperature for everyone. I'm happy that it's just overcast and not raining, more so for the spectators. I'm sure the runners will hope for a bit more rain maybe later on, but really a fantastic day and some fantastic temperatures.
Yeah, so on screen now at the moment, our marathon runners, our female marathon runners, second and third on the podium at the moment.
She could not even get her last name properly.
And here now is Felix from France. She won last year in a time of 3 hours, coming back this year winning a time of 3 hours and 16 minutes, doing the double, as they would say. Congratulations to her. You just wonder if she's going to come back and attempt to do what Alex has done in terms of doing that 3 titles here in Run Barbados. Is it possible for her? She looks as if she can get it done another year, Chelsea.
A
She looks it.
three-peat, definitely. Look at the smiling face. She's having a wonderful time here, and I know that she will be back to push herself next year and even improve that time again.
Yes, indeed. So, first, second, and third winners in the female category of Run Barbados Marathon 2023. She's happy with her prize. I wonder what's in that bag. I would love to get a sneak peek there. A couple more runners who will also be getting medals for sure, still out there. And that's what also I love about the Run Barbados Marathon, the fact that every single competitor, as long as they cross that line, will be getting that medal. These 3 ladies, they've collected their medals already, and quite a few around their necks, which tells you that they've competed in more than one event, similar to what we saw for the men as well across this Run Barbados series. And of course, quite a few of them competing in what we call the Run Barbados Challenge, where you actually sign up for 2 or 3 events across the weekend and then proceed to see how well you can do in them. So I believe we're heading a little closer towards the marathon presentation for the men's side of things. Of course, we know who stands aloft in that one. But in third place is Juan Sebastian, and he'll be making his way to the podium very soon to collect his prize and to collect his bag and also the other goodies which have been provided by the organizers of Run Barbados Weekend 2023. Congratulations to Juan, and still quite a few athletes out there on the track, or rather on the course, making their way towards us. Almost there. I recognize the part of the course that you're on, which tells me that you're almost home. Just a small more burst is going to get you over the line. Just another corner and a straight, and you are coming towards us here at the finish line. So yeah, keep going strong. You are almost there, almost home, almost at that stage where you can just relax and let it all down, let it all out.
And jump in the ocean.
Yeah, and enjoy the ocean indeed. But right about now, we get a chance to enjoy a quick commercial break and then come back with more Run Barbados weekend action. Well, we're back to weekend action here in the Run Barbados series. This is the final day of action here on the east coast of Barbados with the half marathon and marathon, the final two events of what has been a fantastic weekend of action. Just a little earlier, we had the presentation for the men who ran the marathon. In third, it was Juan Sebastian Lagos, and he is from Colombia. He was all smiles. In fact, he mentioned the fact that his wife was here to greet him the first time he ran outside of his country as well. And what an occasion it was for him just to be able to cross that line and collect that medal. In second, it was Matt from Ireland, and he was encouraged to be here, his second year being here. He said that he's definitely going to come back. But in first, it was a man who said he came to do serious business. He collected a time, or rather registered a time, of 2 hours 35 minutes after running it in 2 hours 34 and a piece last year. It was none other than the man from Kenya, Alex Akeza, coming back and winning his third title here in Run Barbados Marathon weekends. And what an honor, what a joy it must have been from him. He participated in some other events as well, but mentioned the fact that those were just the events to get his body warm. They were not the events for him to really look to medal in. Of course, he still picked up a medal or two simply from participating in the events, but the one that mattered most to him, the one that is on his chest, is that one, the number one. And that is what he took home today. And congratulations once again to all of them, each having different stories given, you know, what their paths were to being here. So one was a path of being encouraged, one was a path of taking a journey with the love of his life, and the other was a path of, this is my event, I have come to win it again. And you know what, we are probably going to see him back here on the East Coast next year to attempt to do it 4 times. And I just wonder, for those who keep the stats and the records on these things, whether or not that would be then another Run Barbados marathon record in terms of the first man to win the marathon 4 times. All 3 of them standing on the podium, in Alex Akeza, Matt from Ireland, and Juan Sebastian from Colombia. What a day it has been. Almost 4.5 hours from when we began here in the darkness of the marathon at 5:30 a.m. when nobody could see much or see anything. We kicked things off with the lights shining upon us, and now the only light that we have is the light that we call the sunshine above us. The sunshine that you're seeing, bringing those glorious pictures, those glorious flora and fauna on the screen. That is the east coast of Barbados, unspoilt, untouched, and a place that you will want to be. So we're getting very close to what might be the culmination of things for us in terms of runners and everything else. Still quite a few out there, and they're making their way back to us very soon, right here at Barclays Park, which you see on your screen. Once again, thank you to all who have been involved in bringing us those pictures, the pictures that you've been seeing from 5:30 a.m. this morning. The crew that has been with us, in fact, setting up from even before 4 a.m. because I arrived at 4 a.m. to see everybody hustling and bustling and wanting to be a part of everything. So guys, I'm coming to you. You're standing alongside of me. How much have you enjoyed this weekend overall?
Okay, I'll go first. I've enjoyed the entire weekend. You know, unfortunately, I missed, as did you, Joel, the fun run at the Garrison. I thought that was such a fantastic, new, creative, inventive idea. We had horse racing at the Garrison Savannah, historic Garrison Savannah, and then one of the events on the race card was this fun run. It was a glow fun run. We had characters, people dressed in costumes. So I saw a lot of the footage. I saw a lot of the photos on social media, and that looked like one that next year will not miss me.
Absolutely. And I think what I enjoyed the most about this weekend is the diverse pool of runners that we've had from all around the world, all with different stories. I really enjoyed hearing everyone's stories, seeing who they've come with, why they've come to Barbados, why they love it so much, and why they're going to return for the 41st edition of Run Barbados next year.
Yeah, for me, definitely, I enjoyed everything. I can't really pick a favorite, to be honest. The entire weekend was full of entertainment, full of talent, full of fun. And I really, really, really enjoyed it. And I can't wait to see what happens in the 41st staging.
Yeah, certainly we all cannot wait to see what happens next year for the 41st staging of a Run Barbados. Guys, oh, you look so beautiful.
This is what it's like to be up here. Oh,
Right. Yes, and,
Welcome.
indeed, welcome,
Welcome.
Cece. Yes, this is your first time being,
in
up
the
top.
shade.
In the shade, it's true, But no, honestly, it's been a fantastic job, guys. Honestly, I think we've all had fun, being here, being a part of the weekend. Once again, just being a part of what has been their triumphs and their successes, for the athletes, because it's really just all about them. We help to bring their stories to life and their pictures to life. So honestly, it's just been amazing to be a part of their stories. And obviously, there are going to be so many more stories coming out of this afterwards as well, when we get to read the different articles, etc. The hidden gems, almost you would call it, in terms of the ones we didn't get a chance to talk to, and what brought them to Barbados. That's going to be a very interesting one, because I know for sure we have a lot of first-timers as well, especially given the fact that we've seen an increase in the numbers as well. So certainly a lot of first-timers had to be a part of this year's Run Barbados journey. And, what was really that impetus that got them to say, hey, I want to be in Barbados in December, or hey, I am going to tell my friend who lives next door to me, who runs usually on a Monday morning with me, hey, let us start training from February to be in Run Barbados in December, because that's the other side of it that we don't see as well, the planning phases of it, all that goes in. The fact that in your interview, CC, we heard that, hey, planning starts from January. Again, visiting another marathon, visiting a couple more marathons to say, okay, what can we now add in to become a part of this absolutely amazing product?
yes, for sure. One guy who was born in Ireland, living here now on the welcome stamp, he actually brought over his friend and invited his friend as well. So I want to know what, Gerard, you put me on the step early, on the spot earlier, so we're going to ask from you too. But, meeting so many different people, families. I spoke to a 65-year-old runner who only started running this year. So that was an inspiring story for me as well. And he said, you know what, just start walking. Just start walking. You can just start walking 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and next thing you know, you jog a little bit. So I think those were really inspiring stories that stuck out to me.
Yeah, well, before we move on, before we say goodbye, Chelsea, what's your thoughts on this event?
I really have had a fantastic weekend, a fantastic experience. This is the third day now of the marathon, and honestly, I've had 3 days of inspiration to start running. I really enjoyed each and every one of their stories, and I also enjoyed the similarities in running to surfing, the mental toughness, the positive self-talk that you need, the variables of the rain, the wind, everything. I can take a lot of that training into surfing as well.
Yeah, so thank you, Chelsea. Joel, it was a fantastic weekend. I know you enjoyed it muchly.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly being amazing just being a part of the Run Barbados weekend again. As I mentioned, last year I had a chance to be here as well with the SportsMax team, and it was the first staging of it on the East Coast. Of course, it was a case of a test and a trial, and I must say that things have come out even on the better side of it here in 2023. So kudos to every single person that has been a part of making sure that this weekend has come out. Kudos once again to all the athletes as well, because this weekend simply is not possible without them. So yeah, honestly, it's been amazing to be here, and hopefully, I can be a part of it next year again as well.
And indeed, we have to thank you so much to the SportsMax team, BTMI, all those who came on, Gildan, one of the major sponsors as well. We are seeing Frosties is here, so many radio stations, and all those media partners who came on. So I thought it was fantastic. So we're going to make sure that we have a fantastic time. So the sponsor, Zari Evelyn and his entire team, we had teams of volunteers handing out fruit, water, Gatorade. We had so many volunteers along the route, and obviously here at the start and finish line as well. So it really does take a major effort to stage this entire weekend, and kudos to the team that pulled it off once again.
Well, this scenic East Coast, the Catawash Beach there, the images on your screen, that is what the final staging would look like, of course, for this Run Barbados weekend, the 40th staging of it. 1983, the inception, 2023, the 40th staging, 40 years later, still going strong, celebrating fun and fitness and family, might I add that one. Yeah, so it has been a pleasure bringing the entire weekend to you. My name is Gerard Morrisili. On behalf of the entire team, CC, Chelsea Tuat, Joel Manning, Kerry Gibbons, our director, producer, Christian, and Chris and Crystal. Thank you so much for joining us, the entire team. On behalf of them, thank you so much again for joining us, and we'll see you at the 41st staging